Are we on?
Hi, Carol. Yes, we're now live.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Year Ahead Conference. My name is Carol Archibald. I'm team leader for food, health and safety, animal licensing, beauty licensing and port health at Tendring District Council in Essex. And I'm very pleased to be facilitating today's meeting. This is my first attempt at doing this, so please bear with me and I hope all will go well. We had a fantastic day yesterday with some amazing people and speakers and some great questions asked. So please do use the Q&A to ask questions and we will hope to get through as many questions as we can from the speakers. This year's conference has been sponsored by Civica and Credit Services Association. This is the second year of this great partnership being delivered online, and CTSI are delighted this year to be working with the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health and Institute of Licensing to bring you this event. We have an exciting lineup of speakers today. Just a few housekeeping things I've already mentioned about the Q&A, and we will also possibly be having some polls running as well, so please join in. So without further ado, I wish to welcome Lord James Lindsay to open the session. Thank you, Jamie.
Well, thank you, Carol, and I'm delighted to be introducing day 2 of the Year Ahead Conference. So I'm Jamie Lindsay. I'm president of the Chartered Trading Standards Institute, the CTSI. I'm also chair of the United Kingdom Accreditation Service, or UKAS, and in that role, I also have a real interest in the topics that this conference is covering, as UKAS is the national accreditation body for the UK, appointed in statute, and the sole body recognised by government for the accreditation of organisations providing testing, inspection, certification, and so forth. In short, we check the checkers. So the Year Ahead Conference is a great initiative from CIEH, CTSI, and the Institute of Learning, and it is also a great example of how our different professions can and do work together. They say a week is a long time in politics, and given recent events, one might think it difficult to forecast a day ahead, let alone what could be happening over the next 12 months. However, our Year Ahead Conference is an opportunity to anticipate, explore, and reflect on some of the common challenges that we know will be facing our respective professions in the very near future. Indeed, right now, we are all facing similar challenges, such as the cost of living crisis, tight public finances, and recent political turbulence, both within the UK and internationally. It is therefore excellent to see so many of you here today, following on from yesterday's phenomenal turnout, with over 300 people tuning in for sessions that covered a range of different topics. Yesterday morning saw a fascinating discussion focused on regulatory reform and what future regulation might look like, with reference to the challenge of the retained EU law bill and the move towards more outcome-based and collaborative forms of regulation. There were interesting reflections on where the workforce will be posing common challenges for both trading standards and environmental health in areas such as an aging profile and skills development. But there were also some positive angles, such as the contribution that apprenticeships can play in helping to mitigate some of these challenges. And yesterday afternoon focused on some specific themes. Product safety is a critical issue, and we were joined by the Office for Product Safety and Standards, the OPSS, who gave an overview of their new strategy, the forthcoming product safety review, and a new approach to product safety risk assessments. And yesterday concluded with a session looking at housing, which is such a hot issue right now, and a good discussion on the implications for trading standards and environmental health of the Renters Reform Bill and the Decent Home Standard. So today's programme has another great lineup of speakers exploring some more of the important challenges that are facing our respective professions. We kick off with Emily Miles, Chief Executive of the Food Standards Agency. The work of trading standards and environmental health is critical in helping to ensure that the food that we eat is both safe and to a high standard, and that's with a modern food retail sector that has an astonishing 95% of our groceries coming from just 10 supermarket chains. Emily will tell us about the FSA's new approach to regulating food businesses and what this might mean for our professions. We then move on to a session which will explore levelling up and health inequalities. Much of the impact of the work of trading standards and environmental health is around improving public health and reducing harm. The challenge of health inequalities and what can be done to reduce discrepancies in longevity or the age at which we get preventable diseases is a matter of considerable public concern, and particularly so against the backdrop of the cost of living crisis. The different environments in which we live, including our housing stock, our air quality, and our access to good quality, nutritious food, all play an important part. With the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill going through Parliament and the proposals for a health disparities white paper, I'm delighted that Professor Jim McManus, who is President of the Association of Directors of Public Health, will be sharing his thoughts on what the future holds in relation to levelling up health inequalities and how our professions can support and work with our public health colleagues. And another common challenge for those working in trading standards and environmental health is knowing what to prioritise, particularly with funding for our services having been cut over the last decade. This is the focus of a roundtable discussion with perspectives from across the UK to better understand the different approaches that have been adopted and what the main challenges are for different nations, different regions, and different local authorities. We are delighted that Emily Duglin from our sponsor Civica will be facilitating the discussion with environmental health and trading standards colleagues from around the UK. And fittingly, we conclude the first half of today with a slot looking at how we can weather these economically challenging times and safeguard our public services. It is clear from the autumn statement that those public services that are not protected may face further average spending cuts of 1.2% per annum over the next 2 years. What does this mean for the profession? Martin Reeves, Chief Executive of Coventry City Council, Councillor Ian Parry from Staffordshire County Council, and Steve Ruddy, who is both Chair of CTSI's board and the Head of Service for Buckinghamshire and Surrey Trading Standards, will be giving us their perspectives. And after lunch today, Martin Bradbury from Civica will be giving us a fascinating presentation on today's extraordinary reliance on technology and computers, and on how machine learning can help drive positive change. Finally, today concludes with Anthony Baldock, Director of Health and Wellbeing at Ashford Borough Council, who will be talking us through the vital work that ports and borders do. Their work is critically important in seeking to prevent at source unsafe products, food and animals from entering the UK, along with the risks that they pose. So you will hear about a new operating model and what this might mean for our profession. So in short, we have a packed agenda today, and I very much hope you find it enlightening and informative. I would like to close by saying a special thank you to our sponsors, Civica and the Credit Services Association, for helping to support this event. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. I must also thank all of you for joining us. And now let's kick on with the agenda. So I'm very happy to be handing back to you, Carol.
Thank you very much for your introduction there. As everybody can see, it's a packed, very poignant agenda today. I think something that touches on all of us who work in the profession. So thank you very much for that, Jamie. Now, the first person who's going to speak to us today is Emily Miles, who's the Chief Executive from the Food Standards Agency. I'm sure that you all have loads of questions for Emily, so please put them in the chat box. And Emily, good morning and welcome to you. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Carol. Thank you. Really lovely to see you all. Thank you for having me again. I think this is possibly the third or the fourth time I've come to this conference. I'm just delighted to be invited back. It's a really valuable conversation I find that we have here. It does feel like every time I come, I feel like I'm saying it's been a really challenging year for the profession, and this year feels no different. I think over the last few years, many of you have had to manage cuts, the impact of EU exit, the upheaval of a pandemic, the recovery from that, and now the ongoing effects of the cost of living and economic crisis, which will have all sorts of ramifications for the year ahead. And I know that at the front line, environmental health practitioners, trading standards officers in the public sector continue to experience significant pressure, so stress, and I think some hostility, whilst environmental health practitioners in the private sector are contending with ever more volatile supply chains. And I just want, as ever, to thank you for your continuing hard work and your service to the communities that you serve. I think every Christmas, every Hanukkah, every Diwali, I think to myself, at least people don't have to worry about safe food for this holiday. And that's because of the work of many people across the food industry, and also because of environmental health practitioners, training standards officers. Since I last spoke to you, the FSA has launched its 5-year strategy. We did that in March 2022. It sets out our direction of travel, our guiding principles that will enable us to operate in the fast changing environment that Jamie just talked about, how it's impossible to see even a day ahead at the moment. The new strategy commits the FSA to our core mission, so that's food that's safe and food that is what it says it is. And it's also explicit in a new objective, which is that we want to play our part in transforming the food system to ensure that food is healthier and more sustainable. And I think as we hear the challenges of health inequality and the climate challenges, that feels important. We do what we can. As we look to the year between reaffirming our core remit and trying to expand our view to address those emerging challenges. The strategy also sets out a number of roles that the FSA plays in the food system. And I think some of these are particularly relevant to this conversation today. And 3 that I want to highlight in particular. The first is that we of course are a regulator. That's one role. We work with local authorities who inspect food businesses and with port health authorities who inspect food imports to make sure that public health is protected. Our staff directly inspect meat, dairy and wine production, and we make sure that businesses meet their obligations. And we also give guidance and help to you to make sure businesses meet their obligations on your patch. Second of all, the FSA, particularly post-Brexit, has a role as a watchdog. As a watchdog, we review and we report on food standards. We use our horizon scanning, our intelligence, our surveillance. We speak publicly about risks to consumers and when businesses are not doing the right thing. And as part of that role, the watchdog role, in June, the Food Standards Agency with Food Standards Scotland, so this was a national view, we published an annual report on food standards, the first in a series. And this is intended to ensure that parliamentarians, trading partners, consumers at home and abroad remain aware of the changes and challenges to our food system. This report followed 2 years of major upheaval following the UK's departure from the EU, the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and more recently the disruption caused by the war in Ukraine. Despite those events, the report found that food standards in the UK have largely been maintained. But we said this was a cautious conclusion. It was cautious because our data wasn't as good as we would like it to be completely solid in that conclusion. And the FSA has a history of wanting to be clear when there is uncertainty about data. We think honest uncertainty is important. But also it was cautious because the report warned of challenges ahead. 2 of the main concerns identified will be ones that you are familiar with. Firstly, the fall in the number of inspections of food businesses. That was a worry to us over the pandemic, and as a consequence of the resourcing pressures faced by local authorities. And then second, the delay in establishing full UK import controls for high-risk food and feed from the EU, which we think has reduced the ability to prevent the entry of unsafe food into the UK market. I think it's really good you'll be having a conversation later about that import control model. The third role I wanted to highlight was the FSA as a convener and a collaborator. And particularly we collaborate with businesses and local authorities, with other parts of government, with civil society, to address issues in the food system. This involves, in part, sharing insights and evidence that we've generated on consumers' interests with wider government to help inform their thinking. At the moment, we are particularly making an effort to share the insight we get of consumers' experience through our consumer survey. And we are tracking the level of worry about the cost of food and the impact of that cost on food safety. We found that consumers are engaging in a range of behaviours to save money. In the last month, around 1 in 5 people have reported turning off their fridge or freezer, and 2 in 3 people reported using cheaper cooking methods. Furthermore, about 15% of consumers reported using a food charity or a food bank in the last month, and 1 in 3 have cut down the size of their meals or skipped meals because they didn't have enough money to buy food. And those numbers are higher than they were 18 months ago. I want to turn now to the question of growth, and particularly the question of trust and why it's crucial for growth. If you have been following events in Whitehall, you'll know that the economic growth agenda is a high priority at the moment. Maintaining confidence in British food at home and with trading partners abroad will be critical to Britain's ambitions for growth. And the independent inspection by environmental health officers, trading standards officers, and food standards agency inspectors are some of the key pillars for a strong regulatory system which underpins that confidence. This keeps our food to be sought after at home and abroad. The UK has a very successful agri-food sector. It contributed more than £115 billion in gross value added in 2020. That's nearly 10%. The food and drink sector itself exported about £20 billion worth of goods in 2021, and meat exports alone are worth about £1.8 billion. As we've learned over the years, losing trust in British food costs everyone dearly. BSE cost the UK beef industry about £900 million at the time. That's about 2.2 billion in today's prices. The horse meat scandal that happened 10 years ago, when undeclared horse meat was found in meat products throughout the food chain, nearly wiped nearly £300 million off the value of Tesco over 3 months. We often say at the FSA that trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback. And I think with the BSE example, you could also argue that it stays away, injured and bruised, and doesn't want to come back. It's not just the economic reputation that gets tarnished by food scares. Beef and lamb exports have only just in the last couple of years been reinstated to the USA. But it's other things too. So for instance, a couple of weeks ago, I met an Australian who had lived in the UK in the 1990s. And in Australia, because of BSE, people who lived in the UK for more than 6 months between 1980 and 1996 were not allowed to give blood in Australia. And that rule was only reversed in July this year. So these are the long tail effects of a loss of trust in the food system. I mentioned horse meat just now. 2023, so next month, will be the 10th anniversary of the horse meat crisis. The cost of this incident wasn't just financial, it was also reputational. And an obvious question today is, are we more or less susceptible to another similar food authenticity crisis, food fraud issue? Given the scale of the food industry that I've set out and the complexity of the global supply chains that I think you're all having to deal with, I think, unfortunately, you can't rule out another incident similar to the horse meat crisis happening again. But thanks to the lessons learned from the incident, we now have more lines of defence in place, both across the food industry and in the FSA. The FSA's National Food Crime Unit was set up in the wake of the horse meat incident, and we now have a team of 86 people whose sole focus is on preventing, detecting and investigating serious fraud within food supply chains and offering support and help to local authorities to do that. We are using data to identify emerging food risks before they become more widespread. We monitor a range of information sources, including international food alerts, weather, trade, social media, commercial data. The FSA has also been investing in sampling. In the last year, the FSA was working sampling in official labs. And this is complemented by the access we have to the data around authenticity sampling and traceability checks, which is conducted by industry and shared through the members of the Food Industry Intelligence Network. And we receive about 50,000 data points a year. It's also clear that the food industry in the last 10 years has more control, certainly the retailers and manufacturers have more control over their supply chains than I think they did in 2013. Building this resilience also includes maximising the skills of the environmental health and trading standards professions. And I'm really pleased that the FSA has been working with the CTSI to pilot new training resources that cover a number of areas in food fraud, including enforcement and investigation skills. I want to just turn next to retained EU law, which I understand was mentioned yesterday in your conference. The legal framework that underpins food hygiene and safety must always prioritise public health and consumers' interests. This is something that has been brought into focus in recent weeks with the discussions about the government's plans for retained EU law. Retained EU laws are pieces of former EU legislation that were temporarily incorporated into the UK legal system to provide continuity after the UK left the EU. They include laws that were previously covered by EU legislation, things like data protection, financial services, but also environmental regulations and, of course, food and feed law. All EU food and feed laws were incorporated as retained law into UK legislation after Brexit. And I would say that's probably 90%, if not more, of the law that the FSA and all of you operate. The retained laws apply to food businesses at every stage of production, processing and distribution of food and feed, and ensures, amongst other things, the traceability of food, the prompt withdrawal or recall of unsafe food that's placed on the market. And it also covers all the authorisations of new foods and feed. It covers import controls. It covers the official controls regime of checks, of sampling and analysis. There are rules on minimum levels of contaminants, rules on food packaging, rules on GM food and any additives, and also the rules on feed and feed additives. All of this allows for consumer protection to be maintained and means that businesses must continue to meet their obligations under this food law. The government introduced the retained EU law reform and revocation bill in September so that ministers could replace retained EU law with new domestic legislation. The bill will automatically sunset any remaining EU laws at the end of 2023, which means they will be repealed automatically unless ministers decide to extend, preserve or replace them beforehand. There have been some concerns about the speed of the process and the risks of consumers losing important protections, which I don't think is what the government intends. But the FSA's chair, Susan Jebb, has highlighted the fact that simply sunsetting the laws for which the FSA is responsible risks a decline in food standards with potential impact on human health. For the FSA, we need to work through more than 150 pieces of retained EU law very quickly and to advise ministers in the UK and Welsh governments on what rules need to be incorporated within our domestic legislation. As well as public health considerations, we will need to consider the impact on international trade and any impact from potential divergence of regulation across the UK. But we also do see opportunities to reform current legislation. I'm interested to hear that yesterday you were talking about what regulatory reform might hold and that question about doing outcomes-based regulation. We also have ideas about where there could be improvements to this body of law, but they must be done with time to consult stakeholders, those who have to operate the law like yourselves and the food industry, and to work across the nations of the UK. People do need to have food they can trust, and that is incredibly important to the economic health of the country as well as the public health of the country. Laws must be in place on food safety and standards to keep the public protected. And as I've mentioned, effective regulation always plays a critical role in maintaining consumer confidence and supporting businesses. The FSA's approach to retained EU law chimes with other parts of our regulatory reform programme and also our response to the pandemic, in as much as we have always sought to bring a risk-based and proportionate approach to regulating businesses and responding to risk in the food system. This year, for example, the FSA's Achieving Business Compliance programme has completed and evaluated pilots in England and Northern Ireland for a new risk-based model for food standards, targeting interventions at key parts of the supply chain where they can have the greatest impact. We've also worked with the UK's 10 largest retailers to test regulating at a business level, enterprise level, and we're developing our understanding of assurance for online food sales. Those are works in progress, but I'm pleased that we're progressing them. The FSA also introduced the Local Authority Recovery Plan last year in summer 2021, which was to help local authorities get back on track with their food hygiene and standards interventions. This was underpinned by the need for a targeted and proportionate approach to regulating. It was implemented to help local authorities get back on track after COVID-19 and designed to achieve a return to pre-pandemic levels of activity by April 2023, and therefore also to clear the backlog of food inspections that built up as local authorities successfully targeted their resources at the highest risk businesses while fighting COVID-19. This showed the importance of flexibility in our approach, and I'm pleased to report that we have seen good signs of recovery over the last year, although the pace does differ around the different nations. So, in conclusion, those are some of the key issues that are occupying my thoughts and the FSA's thoughts as we look to the year ahead. But I think the theme that emerges is the continued importance of retaining what is great about the British food system. Looking at the events of the last few years, I'm reminded of the lyrics from the Joni Mitchell song, Big Yellow Taxi. She sings, you don't know what you've got, that things can change quite quickly. So we need to work hard to make sure we maintain the standards which keep consumers and businesses protected in food. We also need to make sure we are in a strong position to continue meeting future challenges and to contribute to the UK's growth and recovery. And I believe that environmental health practitioners, trading standards officers, local authorities and businesses and the FSA have a vital role to play in ensuring that that happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily, for that. It's quite a lot to get through, isn't there, and a lot going on. And I think we're all keen and eager to see what comes out of the work done on the retained EU law. So there's been a few questions being asked. So firstly, Virginia and this is something that resonates with me quite well, is that we are spending an increasing amount of time dealing with low risk businesses such as home caterers, which currently have to be visited, and we have to give them a food hygiene rating, which is something, a low risk business, such as a cake maker, and give them a food hygiene rating. What do you kind of think about the value of this? And points have been raised, she's saying, on an FSA audit. Do you have any opinion, or will there be any change, I would ask, to the actual reviews that are going on in order to make our life slightly easier in this direction? It's very time consuming for us.
I know, and it must be feeling particularly vivid at the moment, because all those C's and D's are the ones that have been waiting in the wings for the last couple of years whilst you've been prioritising the higher risk ones. So I know that people's caseloads are particularly filled with those lower risk businesses at the moment, and I was in Chelmsford last week and that was very clear as well. I think we absolutely recognise this issue. It's been one we've been sitting with for quite a while. And if you've made the point to the FSA audit team, it won't be the first time we've heard it. I don't think it'll be the last. We've decided, and we've got agreement from our board to do a review of the food hygiene delivery model. And it's with this in mind that we want to do the review. It's are we really treating the lowest risk businesses in a sensible fashion? Because actually, I think with less resource in local authorities now, you are having to make constant trade-offs, constant choices about where the highest risk is. And I'm not convinced that the Food Law Code of Practice really reflects where you are now with the risk and how much resource you have. So we are interested in whether we can change the approach about what's in scope and what's not for the food hygiene rating scheme, but also whether the frequency of interventions is right, particularly for the lower risk ones. And just in terms of timescale for that review, we'll be kicking that off. I think it's in next financial year. We wouldn't be piloting anything new until probably 2025, 26. So I don't want you to think it's going to be a sort of magic wand that we wave and we'll solve it next week. But it's absolutely in our sights. We're very, very interested in this question.
It is kind of a complex area as well, because many businesses that start in this area then go on to do other things, and they also want their rating because they also want to be able to be on an aggregators platform, which is unusual, and that's something that COVID has brought about as well. So there's lots of things to think about and work out in that particular area.
Yeah, and I think that what you say about them often going on to do other things, it's that often that contact with the local authority where, a big business has an in-house team and can get all this advice. Actually, they're massively reliant for running a successful business on the local authority advice they get. And it's a great opportunity sometimes to get in and form relationships and to promote compliance. And ultimately, I think compliance needs to be the objective, not interventions. Interventions is just an input. Ultimately, compliance is the outcome that we want. So that's what we want to aim at.
Yeah, absolutely. And often these businesses are fairly compliant anyway. But I think one thing came out of a conference that I attended was about allergens, and many people or many businesses low risk have been left, and allergens are quite big in that sphere. So we have to think about that as well, because giving them advice early doors about allergens, personally, we've found has been a good thing to do. So it's a balance, and it's very difficult. Okay, thank you, Emily. So we'll look forward to something happening a bit further down the line. So Neil is asking, what is the FSA's view on the direction of travel regarding border controls for imported food and feed?
Thanks, Neil, for the question. So we're extremely interested in this question. There isn't yet, the government is doing some work on a target operating model for border controls, not just across food and feed, also looking at biosecurity for animals and plants, customs and so on. And we were hoping that work would be being published before Christmas. It's looking like it's not going to come out until the new year now. So in terms of our view on the direction of travel, we don't yet really know what the government's direction of travel is. our view is that we like the sorts of arrangements we have for third countries, so for rest of the world trade, where there are pre-notifications, export health certificates for products of animal origin, and extra controls for higher risk food and feed. We think most countries operate that sort of thing. You can do it in a proportionate way. If you use technology well, it can be less frictionful. We do think it's very helpful to have those sorts of arrangements for food and feed to spot risk. We are concerned that we don't yet have those arrangements for EU food and feed, and that's been going for a couple of years now. And the longer it goes on, I mean, we are reasonably confident that controls inside member states are good and making a difference, but the longer it goes on, the more risk there is, and we don't have that surveillance approach where we can check on a general basis. Obviously, we can respond to an intelligence-led threat that we spot. So we're keen to make sure that we have broader arrangements for EU food and feed than we do at the moment. That's where we'd like to head to.
Okay, thank you. So Chris is asking an interesting question here, which I think probably a lot of people are wondering about. And he's said that local authorities have been very clear about wanting the mandatory display of FHRS in England, and also the permit to trade system, because we feel that it would, I think it's across the board really, that people feel that this gives a significant benefit to protecting consumers and driving up standards. So it's just wondering, does the FSA have any plans to progress these issues?
Thanks for the question, Chris. So I'll start by saying something that I'm not sure everyone understands, which is that the FSA is a non-ministerial department and we don't have a Secretary of State, which is to our benefit and driven by the evidence science around food safety and standards. However, it means that we have to persuade a Secretary of State or the Minister in Wales or in Northern Ireland if we want to legislate on something. And so to have a mandatory display of the food hygiene rating in England, we need to persuade ministers in England that that's a good thing to do and they should give it parliamentary time. And similarly, the permit to trade idea, which has been, I think, floating around for probably decades, is also something that you would need to persuade ministers of. So just to take those two in turn, first of all, the mandatory display of the food hygiene rating. The FSA is absolutely clear this would make a big difference. We've got a very clear business case. We've shown the evidence of what happened in Wales and Northern Ireland when mandatory display came in. It was obvious that the food hygiene ratings improved significantly. And it's obvious that when businesses have to display their low rating, that they try very hard to improve. So it has a significant effect on the behaviour of businesses, and we've got the evidence to show that. So we have gone to certainly each Secretary of State since I've been in this role in the last 3 years, Secretary of State for Health, to suggest that to them, and we were hoping to get some support on that. It hasn't been made public yet. Unfortunately, we've just gone to our board because of the retained EU law work that we now have to do. We've had to go through a very heavy prioritisation process for our work over the next 6 to 9 months. And I've had to put the food hygiene rating mandation piece of work on the back burner so that we can do the retained EU law work. And partly because we weren't getting enough traction with the Secretary of State, the Health Department, to progress it. So unfortunately, from a prioritisation point of view, we're having to pause it for 6 months. But if we got an opportunity, if someone came and asked us, we've got the business case ready, we're all set on it, we think it would be amazing. On the second question about the permit to trade, I do think the arguments are more finely balanced here. And in fact, this was something I was discussing with Chelmsford last week because they were raising this question too. I think for this government, who are interested in the sense of regulation getting in the way of growth, that's certainly the framing that they can have. I would say that good regulation helps growth, but they have a framing of regulation being a burden on growth. I think the permit to trade would be hard to persuade ministers of. They would see this as a barrier to entry. They would want to have lower barriers to entry for food businesses. I suppose one of the advantages we do have is the expectation that a food business should be registered. So at least we're able to get sight of businesses through the registration process. But having a permit is more of a barrier and more friction on the system. What I ended up saying to Chelmsford was, I'd be interested if any local authority has tried it locally, because I think the evidence on it would be fascinating. You know, did it improve or decrease growth locally? Did it improve standards and so on? So I imagine it's something that people could try doing locally.
Okay, so is that a challenge, Emily, for a local authority to do that, to provide you with the evidence for that?
Yeah. One of those things environmental health practitioners often say, so why don't you do a permit to trade? It's like, okay, we'll give it a go and tell us if it works.
Okay. So we could tell you that we were thinking about it, maybe run that by you first.
Yeah. We'd be fascinated. Well, and we do have, I think, certainly the last 2 or 3 years, and partly because of the pandemic, we've got much better connections into local authorities now. We have liaison groups that meet very regularly around the country. And because they often are still meeting virtually, it's easier for our officers to attend. So happy to discuss that through those routes if useful.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. So Steve is just asking and wondering that, do you appreciate the pressure being put on trading standards by the avian flu outbreak and the controls required for this? The staff that deal with this are often drawn from the same pool that deal with food, feed and work, and so it's inevitably reduces food and feed work. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, we're seeing it too on our staff in abattoirs, and so we have a chief vet who's very plugged into the DEFRA work on avian influenza, who updates us all very regularly in the FSA. It is an awful situation. It's the worst the UK has ever seen on avian influenza. And we've got meat inspectors stamping a different shaped health mark on to stop poultry going abroad because of abattoirs being in the control zone. So we do feel particularly conscious of it. I'm not surprised, Steve, that it's affecting you, and I imagine that's pretty tough. I was just reviewing the numbers of trading standards officers that we have on food yesterday, because I was doing an interview for the grocer. And just to give you some statistics, in 2012-13, the number of occupied full-time equivalent food standards officers in England, Wales and Northern Ireland was 560. That was in 2012-13, so that's when the horse meat scandal happened. In 2021-2022, the number of posts available for food controls work has dropped to 351. And this was at the end of the last financial. There were another 24.5 redeployed to COVID. So in effect, at the end of last financial year, we had about 375 posts for food standards work across England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Now, to me, I just think that's tiny. It's absolutely tiny. If you think of the scale of the food industry, the scale of the consumer spend on food, £272 billion of consumer spend, and hundreds of, over 100 billion of GVA. So that's a lot. Now, we know that there's some really good controls that happen in a lot of the bigger businesses and so on. But I think when you come into the smaller businesses, they are massively reliant on trading standards as that line of defence. And I think consumers are reliant on that line of defence. So I think it's tough. I do think it's tough. And I think the last decade of cuts to local authorities have seen a dent in this service, which I think is problematic.
And is there any resolves in place for this? Because it's the same in EH as well, isn't it? We're a diminishing profession, and we've got a lot of pressures and asks on us, but we don't seem to have anybody coming forward to fill the spaces, or even local authorities taking the lead on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two issues, aren't there? One is the resource itself. So is there money in the system to pay for the posts? And then the second is, are there people who are qualified to then fill the posts if you've got the money? Certainly in the environmental health space, we're seeing that some local authorities are reporting a percentage of posts that are vacant that they're struggling to fill. And the pipeline of really qualified officers is not there. It's challenging. We would love to do more work, and we have been doing some work on whether there are parts of the range of work that the environmental health profession does. That's our fire alarm.
That's okay.
The fire
Is it a planned one, Emily?
Oh, it is. Yes, it is. And
All right, okay.
There we go.
Oh, wow, the full thing, yeah. Is that it? Is it finished?
Please
Is it,
leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Do not use the lifts.
Like a throwback, because when everyone was working from home, well, not everyone, those people who work from home didn't get this lovely weekly experience of the time. I was just seeing one of my colleagues has sent me a little message saying on the permit to trade, just be careful about virus. So, you know, there's a question. I am curious to know whether local authorities would have the power to do it. I'll just mention that. There we go. It's just
oh dear. The dramas of online, yeah. Okay, is it all done yet, or is there more to come?
no, it's done. It's done.
Right.
There's a very
Okay.
sort of, yeah, slightly posh bloke who tells you that it's all finished.
All right, okay. So yes, we were talking about staffing, weren't we, and issues with staffing.
Yeah, so just in terms of filling posts, so I do think there is a role for the FSA to be pragmatic about what particular functions need to happen with different levels of skills. So we think, you know, can apprentices be used differently? Can auxiliaries be used differently, and so on. So very, very keen to have that conversation. But I think there is, if you think of the environmental health profession, it's so broad that food bit is one part, but there are other aspects as well. And ideally, it would get knitted together better in the middle, where, you know, there would be, in the same way that there are for doctors and nurses and so on, attention in government on the future of the profession, the skills that are needed. I do think that's lacking. The FSA does what it can to bring attention to these issues. So, for example, we assume that it's useful that we go along and audit what's going on, because those reports often get reviewed at chief executive level in a local authority. And we also come to things like this and say things in public about the state of resourcing, and we use what levers we can in the Food Law Code of Practice. But the question about the future of the environmental health profession in the round is a broader one. And similarly with trading standards, if you think of the breadth of things the trading standards team will cover, we only cover one part of it, so we can't solve the whole trading standards profession issue from the FSA.
Yeah, appreciate that. So just before we have a coffee break, I'd just like to ask you one thing. Obviously we're coming into the end of the year after Christmas, things start to pick up again, and obviously a lot of us still have an awful lot of work to undertake before the end of March. And I think a lot of people are concerned that they're not going to make the deadline. So does the agency have any plan in place to assist, review, do something to help us a little bit?
So the question about what happens at the end of the local authority recovery plan, we will be writing to local authorities soon about that. The bottom line is that the local authorities do need to build back their food services and work as closely as they can to the code's requirements. And where local authorities have been struggling to do that, it's mostly been about resourcing and capacity. And we've actually been leaning really closely in and supporting food teams to have those conversations at senior level in the local authority. So I think we can help there by lending our kind of gaze and interest to the conversation and the evidence. Now, in fact, we did our October temperature check survey, and 97% of local authorities told us at that point that they were on track to meet the next milestone in the recovery plan. And 90% of local authorities were reporting that they felt they could keep the ongoing requirements of the recovery plan going. we will take it as best we can a pragmatic approach, particularly on the low risk end of things, until we do the Food Law Code of Practice revisions on food hygiene. But it will be the subject of discussion next week at our board meeting. Everyone is welcome to tune in to the FSA board. It happens next Wednesday, and you can log on and register for it, and then watch it. And the question about local authorities being able to meet the recovery plan will be discussed then. I think everyone's made an enormous amount of progress. I think the highest risk businesses pretty much wrapped up now. It's these low risk ones that need attention.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Emily, and for answering all the questions. And so I think I'm going to have a 10-minute coffee break now, or a comfort break for everybody till 10:15. So I'll see everybody back at 10:15. Thank you very much, Emily. Okay, so I hope everybody's had a break and made themselves comfortable again to continue with the session. I hope you all enjoyed what Emily had to tell us, and it will spark some thoughts about next year's service plan. I was just thinking about a few things as she was saying or mentioning some points. So over to our next speaker now, who is Jim McManus, who's the Executive Director of Public Health of Hertfordshire County Council, and the President of the Association of Directors of Public Health and the Vice President of the CIH. I met Jim some time ago in Leeds when we were discussing obesity at the time and looking at whole systems approach. Jim will be talking about levelling up and health inequalities and what the future holds. I think this is a very interesting topic. Thank you, Jim. Over to you.
Thank you for the invite. Can I just say a big thank you to all environmental health colleagues and all colleagues in Trading Standards for your partnership and your work for so long. I know I could not have done my job without my amazing colleagues in Hertfordshire. I think that goes for every Director of Public Health. I'm just trying to find where my slides are. I have to say your events people are great. So you are very welcome to copies of these if you would find them useful, and to share them. So please do feel free to share that. We have just celebrated our 175th anniversary conference as the Association of Directors of Public Health. That was on Wednesday. And the first medical officer of health, the predecessor of Directors of Public Health, was appointed in 1847 in Liverpool. And in some sense, while a lot of things have changed, actually we still face some of the enduring challenges of major health inequalities. People who are poorer, who have less access to resources, die earlier and spend more of their life in preventable illness and disability than people who are wealthier and have more resources. So while things have improved, they've gotten better for everybody, but there's still an awful lot of people who are far worse off. And I think the next 2 years, we are going to have quite a lot of volatility in viruses and different infections. The change in monkeypox, for example, showed that this year. We still have structural and economic inequalities across the UK, and for some people they have worsened. Health inequalities persist. For people with long COVID, there are significant challenges. And, we demonize the pandemic as a source of all evil. We went into the pandemic with 4 million people on a waiting list for the NHS in England alone and 100,000 people missing from the NHS workforce. And it's gotten worse. The idea that the pandemic caused most of this is nonsense. The pandemic worsened and exacerbated things that were already there. I won't go through that list, but one of the challenges we do have is a false choice between people demonizing one another from either end of the spectrum of political debate, with aggressive populism harnessing stigmatizing other people as a tool for culture wars, and suggesting that you're either woke or you're ordinary. And I think actually that's a false premise on which to build social consensus. We have to rebuild a debate about the common good, because otherwise we won't get where we need to go. There's a lovely little French book, which of course we've all read, by a guy called Jean-Claude Larcher, which I am sad enough to be reading for my doctorate. Don't start a doctorate just before a pandemic, by the way. It's a really bad idea. But he writes on what he calls a little theology for times of pandemic. And he said, actually, the thing about the pandemic was it surprised, disoriented, and disorganized all of the countries of the world and most of their structures. We found out that science wasn't an exact science. Who knew? And a lot of realities were shattered, and that's created a huge psychological readjustment for people. And we have to deal with that. And some of the noise that is happening is people looking for certainty and their shattered assumptions. But we have to stop blaming the pandemic as the root of all evil. That's ideological. It's not evidential. public health had been cut by 25% before COVID, and you don't need me to tell you how much trading standards, regulatory services, and environmental health have been cut by. And those cuts were a false economy. They've harmed people. So I think we have significant sets of issues going on that I look around, and I've just picked some examples. And we have to get back to the fact that our system is not doing what it was created to do, because the burden of preventable ill health has overtaken us, as OneList predicted in 2002. In social care, the workforce is hemorrhaging. It's massively underfunded. You're now hearing clinicians say on television, we can't get people out of hospital because social care is underfunded. Well, yeah, that is a policy choice that was made by successive national governments, not to fund and sort out social care, but to put money into clinical care rather than prevention and social care. And we are seeing those policy choices over a period of some years now come home to roost, I think. Economic inactivity due to long-term health has increased significantly, but so has people exiting the labour market. And on the 5th of December, we expect the much delayed report on the workforce impact of long COVID. Infectious diseases are back big time. Suicides are down. The pandemic didn't cause a rise in suicides. What will cause a rise in suicides and self-harm is the current cost of living crisis. And we know that that will hit the poorest hardest. So we're seeing a significant number of key trends that I've only just highlighted. And we also seem to be pitting growth falsely against health. Our population can't compete with China if they're too ill and disabled to work, and there isn't good work for them. Sorry, I think my slides have disappeared. Oh, there we are. Apologies, I can't see my slides. That's better, sorry. We still have a £30 billion hole in public finances come 2025. And I think we're heading for an American-style political fragmentation of national politics, which I think is problematic for a discussion about health, which is anything other than focused on clinical NHS terms. But the NHS, vital and essential it is, but it's not the only producer of health. It cannot meet the burden of health need, and the prevention investment needs to happen, but it needs not to be focused in a clinical lens. We're not going to get prevention if we just do more clinical interventions. We've known that for 50 years. And unfortunately, I think we're stuck in a national policy trend to fund the NHS. And if you look at the fact that the UK population shape is changing and is getting older, what we need is preventive activity that helps people stay as well as possible for as long as possible. And yet we know that our population health, the percentage of people who are reporting going into ill health or disability at retirement age is increasing. And we also know there's a big social gradient to that. So we have huge issues that we really need to focus on, not just for 1-2 year solutions, but over 5-10 years. And we have to start somewhere. And if you look at this diagram, and forgive me, this is England only, you can see actually the proportion of adults, the darker it gets, the greater the proportion of adults with major limitations on their day-to-day activities. I think we have some challenges there that we have to address. And unsurprisingly, the wealthier areas are better. But what you can see if you look at somewhere like Hertfordshire is, although Hertfordshire is comparatively wealthy, there are similar patterns of inequalities in Hertfordshire. There are similar patterns of inequalities within most counties, that those who are poorer spend longer of their lives in avoidable disability. I'm going to skip this slide about excess deaths and just go to this one because even I have a limit on the number of graphs I like. You can see here in the yellow graph of excess deaths that the UK is experiencing excess deaths, and they are coinciding with heat waves. They're also coinciding with extreme weather. And those who are carried off to an early grave by extreme weather are also those who are more vulnerable and poorer. People with mental health problems whose medication means they can't keep and regulate their body temperature, people with heart disease and stroke, for example. And we are going to see that worsen, not get better. We thought Paris in 2005 might have been a one-off, as some people thought, in terms of excess deaths. Well, we saw excess deaths this year. We saw excess deaths not due to COVID. We will continue to see excess deaths. And one of the interesting things is that heart attacks and strokes from undiagnosed cardiovascular disease seem to be a rising cause of excess death, which the anti-vaxxers, and forgive me for using that term, will quite happily put down to COVID vaccines, which is simply not the case. It's a simplistic analysis. It is definitely not preventing cardiovascular disease that is carrying people off. You can see here in terms of life expectancy at birth in England that we have seen a drop. Now, the pandemic didn't cause the drop. The drop was already happening. Life expectancy had already stalled. But although life expectancy overall was going up for females and males, it stalled. It may well have started to climb again, but there will be long-term inequalities in that. And typically, the people whose life expectancy is worst is those in poorer communities. So in most of our areas, you will see a gap between the wealthiest and the poorest in life expectancy. The gap here, for example, in Hertfordshire is about 8 years between the wealthiest and the poorest. Now, thanks to life expectancy, the number of people living with complex needs is actually rising. And it's rising fastest in those populations which are least wealthy. So you can see that what we're having is a significant wave of preventable and avoidable complex healthcare needs that Derek Wanless predicted when he wrote his scenario in 2002. And our health and care system can't cope with it without having significant money. One of the challenges about health and social care is that you don't get the same productivity out as the same pound you get in. It's a complex system. So we are going to face significant gaps in availability of care or significant tax burden on our care unless we get on with prevention. I think I've covered that a little bit. And you can see with the Department of Health and Social Care spending in real terms, that spending has just continued. The bulk of it, if you ignore the light purple, which is just the money spent on COVID, the bulk of it in billions is spent on the NHS. The prevention spend is less than 3% of health and social care spend. And in fact, prevention spend has gone down and social care spend has not kept pace with NHS spend. So we are spending to spend, if you like, rather than investing to prevent as a nation. And you can see that in the prevention policy, for example, of some of the Scots expenditure, although Wales, I think, is slightly better. This diagram from the Financial Times, I think, is quite telling, because if you look at the blue line, the number of people over 70s with multiple long-term conditions, the graph we showed earlier, has gone up by over 50% in 10 years. That's quite shocking. Look at social care funding. It actually has gone back to the baseline of where it was in 2010. It hasn't increased in terms of its proportionate spend or its overall quantum. That's not a sustainable answer for the future. You could do almost the same graph for prevention spend. And what we know is that prevention spend on clinical interventions typically are more expensive and have less yield than prevention on public health interventions. There is good evidence around that. And rather than do 28 slides. I've just said that so people can have an argument with me about it later. The workforce should worry us. These are graphs from ING. And if you ignore the top two and go to the bottom left-hand graph, you can see actually that the number of people long-term sick who are becoming economically inactive is growing. There is also a trend of people just deciding to come out of the workforce as well. But you can see actually we do have a problem with people who are long-term sick. And we don't know how much of that is long COVID. There will be a proportion. It won't be the biggest bit. But it's quite clear that in younger people, mental ill health is driving some worklessness trends. In older people, chronic illness from multiple long-term conditions is driving some worklessness trends. And safety in the workplace is going to be crucial. But if you keep cutting the environmental health workforce, how are you going to do the vital job that you need to do with our workplaces? Because you folks have expertise, directors of public health certainly don't. I think I'll skip this graph for the sake of speed and time, other than to say, whatever the causes, and there are multiple causes, and you can see color-coded along the bottom, the growth in economic inactivity, some of it for good reasons, such as people just deciding to look after family. I mean, that might be, you know, I do struggle with that being called economic inactivity because it's still a vital social role. And it still contributes to the economy in terms of informal care. Those of us who are carers will know that. But you can see the change in the orange numbers of people retiring. And you can also see the change in the numbers of people in green who are long-term sick growing. That isn't a recipe for economic sustainability. We need to begin to see that good health and healthy population and sustainable economy are actually two sides of the same coin. And our policy discourse from too many places seems to focus on growth rather than actually sustainable growth. One of the models I really like is Singer's syndemic mode from 2009. He's written a book, there's lots of free papers about it on the internet. And he basically says, look, most global epidemics, most pandemics actually don't come just as the disease on its own. They come with a range of other impacts that act synergistically and together have multiple impacts that we can call a syndemic. So if you think about the fact that yesterday was World AIDS Day, 41st anniversary of the first diagnosis of AIDS. HIV didn't just bring HIV, it brought unemployment for many people in HIV, it brought stigma, it brought enduring mental health problems for some people, partly because of the stigma, but also partly because of the impact of the virus. It brought a range of different things. And if you look at COVID, it actually is a syndemic, not a pandemic. The first wave brought immediate mortality, death and disease from COVID. The second wave, if you like, of impact, while COVID is busy doing whatever it's doing, was actually people couldn't get into hospital, they couldn't get hospital appointments, and we're now beginning to see that translate into emergency admissions and some excess deaths, according to the Chief Medical Officer for England. A third wave is interrupted care on chronic conditions, you know, people who couldn't get dental appointments, people who couldn't get diabetes appointments, and the worsening of conditions. Another wave of mental illness, economic injury, burnout, and so on. Multiple waves of impact. Most big population health trends that are preventable have multiple impacts. Now, when will we start seeing health inequalities as a syndemic that has multiple impacts that all of us can act on? And many of us are involved in ICSs in England, which is the new word for what used to be sustainability and transformation partnerships, which was the new word for what used to be shared planning, which was the new word which used to be shared commissioning. and seems to change on a 2-year basis. I'm not being at all historical here, but actually you can see that reorganizing systems is not the answer. The answer is a clear culture where we all know the problems we're facing in our local area. We all know the vital contribution each of us can do about it, and we all know that we can do that and can rely on others to do so. So if we take diabetes, for example, we could cut social care admissions from diabetes by just getting everybody with diabetes up to the very best level of blood sugar and other blood levels, so that we stop them going into hospital, we stop them having complications, we stop them having amputations. That would cut social care admissions. If we could address blood pressure in 6 months, we could cut stroke, we could cut social care for stroke. The cost of stroke to social care and housing is eye-watering. It's in the tens of thousands long term because of adaptations and other costs. It is preventable. The NHS could do some vital stuff on that. We could do other vital stuff on that as a system. So the role of health promotion in businesses, for example, health checks, cutting smoking, there's a range of things, but actually it requires a systemic solution where we all work together. You'll be pleased to know I'm nearly coming to an end. I don't think we've learned the syndemic impact of poverty. We still think in our silos of organisations, and the nature of health in the 21st century means that we need to think across boundaries, and we need to think a bit like an orchestra. You know, if you've got a problem like stroke or hypertension, you might have the NHS doing one thing, playing one melody line. You might have public health doing another, environmental health doing another, trading standards doing a further one, contribution on illicit tobacco, for example. But all of these are vital. I think I've covered most of this. You may have seen this slide in multiple forms, and I like this slide because it makes very clear that clinical care amounts to about 20% of our health outcomes over the life course. Now, it's an important 20%, especially if, like me, you had cancer. But actually, your education, your employment, your income, your family and social support, your community safety, all of those are crucial foundations for health, as are your health behaviours. They are all shaped by one another. So we need to get back to this model of health where local authorities are as much creators of health as anybody else. Part of that means we need to stop asking our precious NHS to do things it wasn't set up to do, and enable it to focus on that by enabling local policy shifts where we all play our game. Otherwise, NHS and social care are going to be overwhelmed. That's difficult while in environmental health and public health, most of our services are being cut. But we do need to reorient the debate, I think. I'm going to ignore these last few slides and come to my conclusion to say, firstly, I think the big leadership tasks for tough times are easy to say and difficult to do. But I do think we need to absolutely identify the core must-dos to shift the outcomes for our population, and then identify whose job it is in a way that doesn't start at clinical care, but recognises the vital importance of clinical care and the vital importance of all the other players in the system. We need to work with others in the system to identify who can do what at national, regional and local levels. And I have to say, as we found out during COVID, central government needs us, and central government still doesn't understand local as much as it could or should. And we've seen that during monkeypox, we've seen it during a range of things. We've also seen it during the recent issues with asylum seekers. The third is, I think we actually have to articulate the harms of not doing that with evidence and what we can do about it, be as constructive as we possibly can be and as challenging to a siloed culture as we need to be. We need to get engaged with ICSs, integrated care systems in England, and make sure that everybody understands this is not all about the NHS, because if it is, our NHS will fail, and we can't allow that, but nor can we allow anybody else to fail. And so it needs system players. And I think getting engaged with businesses is going to be crucial. We've seen the Swiss cheese model approach to COVID. I sat down the other day and tried to draw a Swiss cheese approach to levelling up and health inequalities. But actually what I ended up with is a Venn diagram, which was really untidy. So I haven't shared it because it looks like a ball of wool. But I do think we need to start thinking systems and interconnectedness. So on that note, thank you for all you do. Thank you very much indeed for everything you do and for your invite. And I'm very happy to answer any questions at all. And thank you for inviting me. And the slides have gone. There we are. Hopefully that was all right. And I did.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Jim. That is a highly, highly complex area. From me, I'd just like to ask you one question. If there was one thing we as practitioners could do, what do you think would be a good point to start?
I think there's something about having conversations about what can make the difference to the situation we're in, and what your role is in that, and what other people's role is in that, and start talking. Now, way back in, so I'm sad enough to remember the NHS and Community Care Act 1990. And there was a guy in the office next to me when I was first in local government whose sole job for 2 years was getting health, social care, police, environmental health, housing and others to sit in a room and talk to one another. And actually it improved care immensely. So if there's one thing you can do is start having conversations and start creating energy, but also start pushing what the contribution of people like environmental health is. You know, in the aftermath of the death of the sad child from mold, how many doctors really understand the vital role of environmental health there? But also how many of them understand how much you've been cut?
Yeah, and who would you suggest we have these conversations with?
Well, I would like to suggest there's a sort of federal approach to this. So there's a national level at which Chartered Institute for Environmental Health and Trading Standards Institute, we need to get into the NHS Confederation and NHS England and a variety of others to start having these conversations. One of the things that really puzzled me was that why a national organisation, NHS England, created a healthy town planning unit when it doesn't have any town planning responsibility as local authorities do. That felt to me like completely the wrong approach. So there's that national level, and if I can help you, I will, and I'd love to help you. I agree with Gareth's point on the importance of prevention, full stop. I think the second thing is to start having regional discussions in your regional branches with regional directors of public health and regional NHS. And then at local level, I think get stuck into your ICS, get your director of public health, your director of adult care services and your director of children's services in a room with environmental health and trading standards colleagues and sit down and talk about what you can do.
Okay, that's fairly succinct. I don't seem to be having any questions come in my box. I'm not sure if...
It's probably because I've bored everybody senseless and they're all asleep.
I find it very fascinating. I think sometimes it takes, it's a takeaway. You take the words away, you think about what's been said, and then you think about how that looks in your local authority, and think about what's going on. I think probably the most significant thing that's happened recently is the mold situation in housing, which has prompted direct government intervention, and a lot of local authorities are thinking about that. So these things seem to arrive by accident, and sorry, I'm being popped up here. So yes, so that's has a significant impact, I think, because it's gone straight to the top of the council. The leader and the members are all very anxious and worried about, you know, what's going to happen. So that will prompt action.
I think I heard someone trying to come in there.
Hi, Carol. There are some questions in the box now, in the priority unpublished box for you.
Right. Okay, thank you. So yeah, so I think that's had a direct impact as well. I'm also being asked, would I'd like to do one of the poll questions as well. So I can see some questions now. So while I'm just looking at those, maybe we could launch the poll, please. Okay. So the first question I have here, Jim, from Sophie, she's asking us, how do we convince politicians to invest in the long-term systemic interventions required? So a little bit similar to what I was asking you. What's your view?
I think you need to marshal some killer arguments on what will be different if you do that, and ways you can do it. I mean, I do work long term. I might work in a 4-year political cycle in local government, and I love local government. I wouldn't be back in the NHS, to be honest. But I still work in 10-year cycles, and if you can show the impact you can make in a 10-year cycle, I think you can get politicians to buy into that. We've just, as AGPH, we've just appointed a public affairs person to get us into Parliament more, and it's working. And getting into Parliament is always about being reactive and opportunistic, isn't it? The mould case gives us a real opportunity to argue for environmental health. And I was saying 2 days ago to a select committee chair, unless you fund environmental health, you're not going to get you're not going to improve health if you don't fund environmental health. They're important. And that's one thing, but too often we're constrained by the way politics works in the UK into that level. And I think what we have to do is say, right, if we don't do something different, all we're going to do is spend more and more money on care that we can't afford, because unless we put massive taxes up. What is the answer? And actually provide some killer messages of, right, the answer is, if you start now by doing this, reducing blood pressure in the population at most risk, you then do that, you then do the next thing, you can create a roadmap where you can see the change. And if you also point out, if you look at, for example, at smoking, everybody was saying we should be in schools with smoking with children. Go into schools, didn't work. Actually, what we stuck to was changing the adult population on smoking, and we brought prevalence down from 23 to 33% in some places to 5% in some places. And that was by focusing on adult population, and the children followed. Now, we do still have a problem with children initiating smoking, but that's taken us 30 years. So you use those killer examples with politicians of, this is what you can achieve if you do public health action, which environmental health and trading standards and public health are all good at. We are all public health population mindsets. This is what you achieve if you just take a clinical short-term approach. And in my experience, that's worked with politicians of all parties.
Okay, so drawing a picture, really. Okay, thank you. So Gareth is asking, can you elaborate on why it's simplistic to suggest cardiovascular death rates are being exacerbated by COVID-19 mRNA vaccine?
Yeah, there are multiple reports that make clear why that's the case. Because firstly, while we know that COVID vaccines may cause reactions in some populations, and I'll dig out a reference, it's a tiny fraction of deaths. We know that from the MHRA surveillance. We also know from the surveillance that's done on excess deaths that most cardiovascular deaths in the last year have been by people having sudden exacerbated strokes or sudden heart attacks from significant levels of predisposing factors, like, for example, smoking, like, for example, inflammation, like hypertension, significant hypertension, like untreated diabetes. So the evidence, I think, is pretty unassailable that COVID vaccines are absolutely not to blame for this. It is undiagnosed significant risk factors for cardiovascular disease. Now, we've always had those. What's happened is that they've worsened because I think people's health has worsened during the pandemic. And you've also got the fact that excess deaths are happening because people weren't able to get care. But the idea that all of these cardiovascular disease deaths were happening because of COVID mRNA vaccines is a nonsense. It doesn't actually stack up on any of the facts or any of the bases of analysis, other than if you read people who want it to stack up that way. And I'll put a reference in chat about that.
Okay, thank you. So Peter's asking an interesting question here. He says, we have a liaison arrangement now with ADPH, ACEHO and ACTSO, but how do we go beyond that?
Is that our Peter Wright? Hello, Peter, if it's you. I can't see if it's you or not. I think, so Peter and I have, and I don't know what we did to deserve this, sat on multiple national groups trying to create consensus statements. And I think that work is vital. But I think what we need to do is just go back to first principles and sit in a room with one another as without government, and just sit down with one another as the professional bodies and go, what is it we're actually trying to achieve and how do we do it and how do we make common cause? Sadly, the UK Public Health Network demise happens this month because of lack of funding. Now, we may not need a network going forward, but how do we just sit down and have a mutually respectful listening conversation with one another with a period of time with just ourselves in the room? We've done that with ADEPT and ADAS recently, and ADEPT convened it. But that would be my first step. And out of that, we'll build consensus on what we achieve, if I might put it that way.
Okay, thank you. So Gareth is asking, would we also benefit from a separate preventative organisation that parallels the NHS? And what does it do, acute and clinical care?
Well, that was supposed to be partly what Public Health England were about. And we now have the Office of Health Improvement and Disparities. I have to say, a national, and we had the old Health Education Authority. People like me still remember that. I have to say, I think that wouldn't work in England, certainly. And I think it wouldn't work partly because of the kind of top-down culture that government adopts in England for everything. I think you can't do health promotion or health improvement without local action. So my view would be that a better approach is to develop a kind of an ecology of who is there to do what, and do it that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you. So one last question here. Virginia is asking, do you think smoking should be banned within the grounds of further education colleges, as it hasn't happened yet in Hampshire?
I think wherever we can, so if you look at the data, there's a great moral panic about kids taking up vaping, which actually is not really upheld, but we still have got kids taking up smoking. I think smoke-free campuses and smoke-free premises, Hertfordshire County Council went completely smoke-free not so long ago. It does take some activity, but I do think smoke-free public areas, including college campuses, are worthwhile. There may be reasons why it's difficult, and you know, in some places there may be safety issues, but if we could get it and get people to switch, those who smoke switch to vaping. We don't want people to just take up vaping if they don't do anything, but if we can get people to switch or quit through that the evidence shows those mechanisms are effective and they work.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that concludes this particular section, and thank you very much for a very, very interesting discussion there, everybody, and for Jim for for his answers. Amazing stuff. We're going to see the results of the poll now and say goodbye to Jim. So yes, look, everybody wants mandation of FHRS. Fantastic stuff. And of course, that's a massive public health intervention in itself, isn't it? So amazing. Thank you. Bye, Jim. Thank you very much. Okay. So very thought-provoking so far this morning, I think. And now over to our next speaker. The next session, what we can learn from the diverse nature of regulatory delivery to create a sustainable future, will be chaired and question answer section. And I'd like to invite Emily Duglin, Manager Director of Regulatory Services, Civica, who will be chairing the session. As a senior leader, Emily and her team work closely with chief executives and officers to appreciate the ever-changing local government landscape, identifying them how Civica can remove barriers and support the evolution of their workforce and understanding the practical impact of technology. So over to you, Emily, to chair the session.
Thanks, Carol. Cheers, thanks, Carol. And
Thank you.
can I just check that you can see me, because I'm coming in not on my laptop but on my phone.
I can just see me at the moment, so
I can just see me. I can just see you as well.
oh right, okay. So Karen,
bear with me. I'm just trying to return her to scene.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So there'll just be a brief interlude while we're fixing technology. It's great to be able to have conferences online like this, isn't it? Because it's accessible to so many people. I think there's around 350 people dialed into this morning. So that's great that we can reach out to so many people. But we do have a few technical glitches from time to time. Hello, Emily. I can see you now.
Okay.
Oh, no, I can't.
There we go. Sorry, that was a bit close there, wasn't I?
Yeah, it was. Disappearing Emily.
I know. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay, good. So I have introduced you, Emily, and you're going to be chairing your own session. And
I am.
you're going to be talking about all the amazing things that Civica can do to support us.
Well,
So over to you.
in fact, it's not going to be about me and Civica for a change, right? So for this session, we know legislation might be the same, but how it's transposed into reality on the ground is often quite different. So this session is actually an exploration of regulatory delivery by a panel of experts reflecting on their observations and experiences of different localities. Okay, so I've got a panel with me today, and Karen, will they be coming along? Are we going to get cameras on before I introduce everyone?
Sorry, introduce them and I'll bring them on one by one.
No problem at all. All right, so we've got Paul Bannister first of all. So Paul is the Protective Services Manager for North Lanarkshire Council. Started his career in the trading standards 34 years ago, and now he leads the environmental health and resilience development teams in addition to trading standards. So having worked in 4 authorities in his career and held executive roles in organisations such as Scots, he's perfectly placed to be on the panel today. So hi Paul, how you doing?
Hi Emily, good morning everybody.
Next we've got Judith Parry. So Judith is the Trading Standards and Registrar Service Manager for Rhondda Clontarf. She has dedicated the last 30 years to the profession, so not only in the organisation that she works for, but externally too, using her expertise to positively impact as many people as possible, from working with Welsh Parliament during COVID to moderating professional examinations to support the future of the workforce. And in recognition of that, Judith was recently admitted into fellowship. So hi Judith, how are you doing?
Hi Emily, hi everyone.
Okay, next we've got Valerie Simpson. So Valerie, having started a career in licensing and trading standards, she's risen to become strategic leader for environmental health and regulatory services at London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham. So this is a hugely complex role in a very large and fast-paced council. So on top of that, Valerie is vice chair for AXO and is a member of their Equalities and Diversity and Inclusion Working Group. So she's leading from the front to ensure the profession is on a path to becoming a true reflection of the communities they serve. So how are you doing, Valerie? You all right?
Thank you.
Okay, and finally, we've got Kenred Elworthy. Kenred wears 3 hats at the Royal Borough of Greenwich: manager, chief inspector, and financial investigator. He dedicates his time to ensuring the full spectrum of enforcement tools and legislation are used to protect citizens. And he drives hard for custodial sentences and makes certain as many people as possible know the impacts of trading standards. So with that in mind, he's a regular on TV, so we've got a little bit of the celebrity in our midst, been on BBC Breakfast, BBC Morning Live, BBC Defenders and BBC News. So hello, Kenred, how you doing?
Good, thanks, nice to be here.
Right, okay. So I think you'll agree we've got a diverse set of expertise on the panel today. And with that, I'm going to get started with our first question, if that's all right. So to the panel, right, collaboration can take many forms. What have you learnt about it, and how does it exist in our regulatory future? So I think, Valerie, we're going to go to you first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emily, and thank you for that introduction. One of the things as well that I've done recently is become chair of the London Strategic Regulatory Network, and that's been a time that was over the COVID pandemic where that formed. And I think the COVID pandemic has really shown the future of how collaboration is quite significant and how it needs to be almost strengthened. And I think it took a crisis for us to look at how we could collaborate better, how we could use the technology better. And, you know, we've seen a couple of years later, most of us can be using platforms which are such as Teams, where it's consistent across licensing, environmental health and trading standards. But just to take you back in terms of things that I've learned around collaboration, I believe that none of us as regulators can work in isolation. I've seen that throughout my career. So even as an officer, you know, going out on raids when you may be working with the police, other local authorities as well to get that result. And also internally, I've seen being on strategic boards such as safeguarding adult boards to make sure that we, I suppose, join up with others in terms of wider agendas like public health and climate change agenda, the private housing sector agenda. So I see that, you know, the more that we go into the future, that collaboration is going to become even more important. And I think secondly, what I've learned over the years as well is the value of partnerships and networks like AXO and London Trading Standards and ALUM and now ACHO, where we're using K-Hub and, you know, hybrid and physical meetings to network. And I think that networking is quite key. And, you know, speaking to some of those people that are on the leadership course, one of the key things they say is that the networking with other regulators and other managers has been very key, because often in local authorities we're doing local things, but we have got a collective aim. And I suppose the other final point I would make is around, we've been talking about it, the scarcity of our staff. We know across the board we have an ageing profession. We know that apprenticeships are probably the way forward in terms of succession planning. But what I've seen is that we're working across the disciplines in a much more collaborative way. Things like the Licensing Act that lends itself to all regulators, you know, coming together and making the best use of resources when they're scarce.
Just to kind of pick on a couple of points that you touched on there, you've mentioned several forms of collaboration. What have you seen that's made the greatest impact in the experiences you've had?
So I will take it back to the COVID, and just speaking to my food safety manager, and you know, we all had to come together across environmental health trading standards and licensing to enforce the regulations, and also get new contractors and temporary staff in. And because everyone was asking for the same officers, there's only a small pool. So what we found is that we're more flexible in our approach in terms of the skills we might be looking for to be able to do certain roles. And so it wasn't necessarily someone was qualified as an environmental health officer. It may have came from a trading standards regulatory background, but was able to still be part of that contact tracing approach. So I think it's opened up the doors and eyes in terms of having much more diverse teams. And what we've seen in Hammersmith is our food safety team looks completely different now compared to what it looked like past the pandemic. It's very diverse, and that's become because we've had various people come and work with us throughout the pandemic, and they've stayed on as well. So it's enriched the team in different ways as well. Whilst we're very similar in disciplines, we are very, very different in how we're trained and how we go out and approach our work. And so we can draw from the strengths of different disciplines. And I think, for example, in food safety, where perhaps the focus is on the compliance in food premises and, not so much investigations, that brings a new element when you've got a trading standards investigatory background in there that can help to enhance that. And we're seeing really good results with places like Harm Massage and Special Treatments, where we're uncovering unlicensed premises and doing real investigations into some of these premises where we're helping to protect people from modern slavery. So I think just collaborating together brings out new possibilities in the future.
Okay. And I'm just gonna go into that just a little bit, in a tiny little bit more detail, just before we move on and open it to the floor. So when you started to collaborate, what form did that take? Was it, you're in a war room, everyone just got around the table? How did that happen? How do we start that journey?
And that, I suppose that's the benefit of having these discussions here, because sometimes it'd be good if we could say we sit down and we plan the collaboration, but I think most times it happens by accident, just because we're so busy. There is no planning time. So actually, we've got to do something. Who's around and who can we get around as well? And I think that's a perfect example of COVID, where actually it just happened and we just had to collaborate and find a way to do it. But what I feel is, in terms of our officers across the regulatory field, they do have a can-do attitude and that innovative way as well, because just thinking it's a straight process and this is the way I do it, ABC, but actually we're coming up with new challenges now, because we're having new solutions, because we're having new challenges that we have to think innovatively how we're going to deal with it. We're getting smaller teams, and I think people are getting the scamsters are getting more slicker as well. So it's real challenges for us. But yeah, I would say, in my experience, it's mainly happened. Not much time for planning sometimes. Some of the planning ones that we have done is like the strategic regulatory networks, which has come out of the Better Business for All networks that have Ofsted supported up until this year, and that's been really good. And the feedback is that actually it's a different type of network, because it allows officers from all grades. So it's not just a business service or a manager network. It allows officers from licensing, environmental health and trading standards to come together in London to share best practice and to share their disciplines and what they're doing in those areas.
Brilliant. All right. And you mentioned a word there, innovation, and it's amazing the way a crisis kind of takes you to that place. The only route out is to innovate.
Yeah.
So I'm going to open it to the floor now. Does anybody else want to join in the discussion? Paul, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Emily. I would very much echo Valerie's thoughts on the COVID response. Certainly in Scotland, the environmental health and trading standards communities came together very quickly to form an expert working group. The work that was undertaken there straight away from March 2020 actually brought together experts from across Scotland, both trading standards and environmental health, to draft a remit for a working group to develop standard enforcement process, interpret regulations, issue guidance, identify areas that required national Scottish Government guidance, and collate, share and develop the advice, the FAQs, the template documents, and performed the statistical return process for Scottish Government, Scotland, and represented us on Scottish Government working groups. And it was a huge success because neither professional body in isolation would have been able to meet the COVID demand. But I would certainly say that one of the successes that we've had in North Lanarkshire has actually been through collaboration with external partners, and most specifically with the police in our local area. We formed a partnership with what was Q Division of Strathclyde Police and is now Q Division of Police Scotland. We first did this around about Christmas, New Year of 2014-2015. And this was because we specifically, in the first instance, wanted to look at sharing good practice, working together on a daily basis to gather intelligence and carry out joint operations, in particular in the fight against organised crime and in relation to intellectual property theft and doorstep crime. So I established an information sharing protocol. I went through all of the relevant health and safety assessments, and I put some trade and standards personnel through the non-police personnel vetting level 2 scheme, which gave them unrestricted access to the local police station where they were based in a team with police officers. We were fortunate that we had very good long-standing partnership relations with police in the local area, but we were starting to realize that the targets that we had were very often the same targets that the police had. And any criminal enterprise, to be successful, also has to be a successful business. And very much what I've noticed over the years is the successful criminal says, right, I've got 10 fingers, I want 10 pies. I want a finger in each one. So they're not only trafficking people, they're not only supplying drugs, they're also clocking cars, they're also selling counterfeit clothing, they're also operating in itinerant doorstep crime gangs, etc., etc. We started to notice that we had the same targets, and we very quickly realized that we could be more effective, essentially being greater than the sum of our parts by working together. Now that work has continued since that time and has been quite successful. I pulled some stats together before the COVID pandemic, just for the first 4 or 5 years of the partnership working that we undertook. And just to give you a flavor of the type of thing that we'd achieved, our total intellectual property infringing seizures in that time frame were in excess of £2.5 million. Proceeds of crime applications from the joint working were about £2.72 million. We had a personal development and an upskilling of all of the officers involved, both police and trade and standards. And we established much stronger working relationships between the partners. We've improved our ongoing communication and our sharing of appropriate intelligence. The trading standards officers who've been embedded in the police unit at one of our local stations had to sign the Official Secrets Act, but they've been given unrestricted access to and from the station, and they've been given access to confidential intelligence through the police systems. All of this information has been hugely valuable to both the police and trade and standards, and it's actually helping to meet our collective community agenda of making our local community safer. It's actually helping to highlight issues, and it's helping to make local people in our local areas feel safer. I think it's been a huge success, and I'm very much keen that I would like to see it continue.
Absolutely. I mean, it sounds incredible. So what would be your advice to someone who really wants to drive an impact of the size of yours?
If you want to work with your local police constabulary that covers your area, I'd say the first thing you want to do is speak to your local authority liaison officer and go and knock on some doors. Now, in the case of the North Lanarkshire Police Division, I went to the divisional commander that runs the police division, having been given the right introductions from the right people across the police community. But in order to look at things in full collaboration to make a successful pilot for the original project and then be able to continue it, I also had to look in council, and I had to look specifically within our housing colleagues in order to assist us with doorstep crime. Because one of the biggest difficulties that we have is to prove the doorstep crimes, and particularly, I should say, to prove the frauds as well as the CPR offences. We managed to gain a letter of agreements between Police Trading Standards and our local housing colleagues to get the relevant qualified inspectors who would come out and undertake housing inspection works for us. Did that work need doing? Has that work even been done? And if it's been done, to what level of quality? And how much would be a ballpark reasonable cost for that? Now, that meant that we didn't have to employ external contractors. We didn't have to have a spend that the local authority and the police, neither of us could afford. But we had recognised expert testimony and witness evidence, statements to fulfil that requirement, to submit reports for the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service. We got Crown Office agreements that these would be taken forward and used as the necessary evidence to commence trial proceedings. And it's only at the stage where these trial proceedings are being contested that we would at that stage have to go perhaps for a external third-party expert report. So effectively, I'm stopping the local authority and the police having to make that expense that they can't afford, but we're utilising again partners with a successful collaborative strategy to make sure that we're targeting the doorstep crime itinerants.
And just before we move on, what was the hardest part of that journey? What bit did you get to, and you thought, you know what, there's a part of me that could give up?
Probably the most difficult thing was establishing the letter of agreement and the information sharing protocol between 3 separate agencies. Appreciating that 2 agencies were in council. We then extended it to include South Lanarkshire Council, because our local Q Division Police covers the whole of Lanarkshire. So it made perfect sense to bring South Lanarkshire Trading Standards on board as well, to make sure that we had a full complement of coverage across the whole area. It was difficult to get the brass in all organisations on board. I will readily accept that. However, I have a thick head and I'm quite happy to keep knocking it against the wall.
Okay. Judith, Kenred?
I mean, it's interesting because I think collaboration, when it really works, you start to take it for granted and you don't know how much you're actually doing it. So when Paul was sort of talking to us, a lot of that seemed quite familiar in a way. And I just think we sometimes, I mean, in terms of London boroughs, obviously we're unitary authorities, so we have that already in place. Often sitting next door to our food team, sitting next to our private sector housing team, so that makes a big difference. Our local authority with the police, our assistant director is an ex-superintendent, and the collaboration is really strong, locally in the borough I'm in. And I think it depends on the borough, really. It depends on the relationships built up there. But I know in terms of the intel structure, there is quite, there's good intel collaboration with MPS, like Metropolitan Police Service intel. So, and I mean, it works really. So, I mean, I think we did 3 warrants on the same day against a network associated with illegal phone chargers, and we dubbed the FIs. We found this whole network. It was listed on the IPO, sort of good news a few months ago, and that one we had about 30 officers turned out, which is fantastic. So I mean, that was police officers. So we just did the job really well. We could execute warrants on houses and had all the support available to us. A fire brigade is very, very strong in London, so we get the notifications, which I've taken for granted now, really. We get notifications when there is a fire because of an appliance, and that gets sent to the local authority and also to London Trading Intel, and they can get acted on. That's the decision of the authority. So, I mean, I know that just isn't happening in other parts of the country. I think it's very interesting what Valerie was saying about COVID, because I completely agree. And I think there was a sense of mission as well there. And I think that's where you really start people working together. Just when it first started, I can remember me and my colleagues, we just drove straight into the town hall, and we were worried about the separation distances, working with local businesses and getting sort of paint lines put up. And I can remember someone just stopping his van. He was like a council guy, and he gave us all the equipment, because obviously a lot of people were working at home at that stage, and he was just like, here you go. And it was just, rather than all this internal charging and everyone, all these sort of bureaucracies that seem to be between people not helping each other. Suddenly it was like we're actually just really going for it. And that was for me, and a lot of those connections lasted afterwards. But in a way, I mean, I was thinking the thing that helped us with COVID is it was very binary, weren't there? Those offences were. It's like you're either open or you're not open. Or, I mean, there's lots of discussion about, what kind of premises were, and that varied. The legislation was really badly drafted because it was done at the last minute. But it helps people to come together when you haven't got those real specialisms, and people were bringing their own specialisms to the table. But at the very sort of beginning, people were wondering about, is it Health and Safety at Work Act? And then that's when the HSA said, no, it isn't. And there were those initial feelings where you could see, the real sort of differences between the professions. But then when it became these sort of heading out there and closing premises down, that just became a lot more straightforward. What I also found interesting was because of the COVID grants, that suddenly unearthed all these businesses that weren't owned by people. Once we started looking into the COVID grants, we were finding, well, the owners were more than happy to take the £10,000. So all the shisha work, for example, where we'd had quite a few premises in my borough at the time, which were running these sort of almost like shebeens. They were completely nobody knew who ran them. Every time we went there, it'd always be a different company. And then suddenly we could actually identify, well, this is the person, because they claimed a COVID grant for it. And that's, and I was thinking that we were working with planning, and we were also working with, and some of that joint working, which just hadn't really happened before, where you were just looking at, you're thinking, well, it's planning enforcement, what's the purpose of the premises, what do they claim the money for? And you suddenly could build up a really good intel picture, which just hadn't really existed previously. But I mean, the thing about anything, it's a bit like, I sometimes feel a bit like, however old I'm, not that old, but I can remember when I was a kid hearing people talking about the war and the war spirit. And I don't want to become one of these people who just keeps harking back to COVID, as if I'm, some sort of veteran come out of Nam or somewhere. I mean, I think what we need to do is we need to grab hold of what was really powerful and really positive about that and how it worked, and then see the differences of what we've got now. And obviously, it's a post-COVID environment, and what good we can take out of that, and also the things that really just won't be the same. I mean, we are specialists, aren't we? We have got really, as I think Valerie touched on, we really have got completely different skill sets in terms of very long-term investigations. I know I'm not doing down EH colleagues at all, because I know you have very controlled food ones. But I've heard about what's been happening, Valerie's thing with the special treatments, and that's really, those are ones, special treatments are a complete area where they can be done in a very, very sort of base licensing way, and in a very, very simple sort of just have people got particular bits of paper, or they can be done in a real strong investigative way. And I think that's where, collaborative working and sharing those skill sets can be really positive. Okay, sorry, thanks to everyone else.
No, not at all. I was just going to say, Valerie, do you want to come in and give us your take?
So I've got a bit of a cough, so I go off mute when I'm not talking. No, just agree with what Paul and Kenred have said. I think, definitely on the external side in terms of working with the police and other partners. I do think sometimes it is the MOUs and the data sharing GDPR issues sometimes that cause things, but what we've seen is that we can do things very quickly if we need to. So let's just try and do more of that. There doesn't have to be some of those things in there if we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you've been talking, what you're describing is kind of the overlapping of services or the overlapping of neighbouring organisations. And, that collaborative service delivery has absolutely increased over the years. Now, what do you think really makes it work? Because everybody's willing to jump in and give things a go, but what really creates success in that kind of overlapping service delivery? Paul?
Organisational control and management from one defined source. I very much had anxiety at the start, a little bit of reluctance when I started the police project, but I was embedding officers into a local police station, and I had to a certain degree, take my hands off and let the police individual that was in that office run and manage the actual day-to-day nuts and bolts of the operation. And I had to have that trust in that individual. Now, that was a difficult thing to achieve, essentially not only for my own peace of mind, but also to ensure that my senior management were comfortable with the approach. I was very much involved with the operational work in terms of the management and how we were actually devising innovative responses, how we were actually bringing stuff to the table from a trade and standards perspective and point of view, what we could do to get in to certain suspects and organised crime groups where the police had a whole swathe of intelligence, but they didn't have a foot in the door. So I was very much involved in that, but I had to take my hands off to allow the police to actually deal with that first stage management control. Somebody has to take that lead, and I was very fortunate that I had good people in my local police service that I could trust.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So that's it. That's kind of like the key to a lot of things, isn't it? You know, bringing the people together, and then who's going to be the orchestrating the role that everybody plays, and then ensuring everybody rolls it. Who's going to be standing at the front, right?
There is also that operational dynamic in the field, deployment management control, and who deals with that. And as the team were going out, very often that was the trading standards lead, because they had the knowledge, the experience, the technical expertise on the legislation that we were enforcing to be able to undertake that role. And the police, again, were superb in their collaboration, in their support of us when we were taking the lead.
Yeah. It sounds like a really successful collaboration. It really does. So, I mean, as you guys have touched on, regulatory delivery can be really quite diverse, and driving that is the need to innovate, and we've already touched on that today, to achieve your ever-evolving goals. You know, and it was kind of quite acute when we went through COVID. Give me another nod to it. So, what have you experienced that in your locality, in your area of the world, that may differ from other parts of the country? Now, Judith, I'm going to come to you for this one. If that's all right?
Yeah, thank you, Emily. I think how we all work with our national regulators and our partners, we probably end up with very much the same sort of stories to tell. We have a little bit of a different approach in Wales, which is mainly just down to geography, I think, because we are our one region, Trade and Standards Wales, covers all the authorities in Wales, whereas of course in England you've got TESI, you've got LTS, you've got a lot of regions coming together to form England. So within Wales, where we're dealing with our national regulators, people like the FSA, we deal with the FSA in Wales, and it means then that the FSA or the other national regulators have got a seat at the table with us, and we've got a seat at the table with them. So our lead officer groups, we have representatives come and sit on the groups with us, so share that information, interchange. We've always worked in partnership with all of our national regulators. We've recently had our business planning meeting. Our national regulators have come along to that, share a bit of information, not just the presentation, but they'll stay for the couple of days that we have that, and they'll properly interact with us where there's shared benefits of us all working together. As Paul, Valerie and Kenred have mentioned earlier, we do collaboration. Trade and Standards has always done collaboration, and it's something that is almost not thought of. It's automatic for us. And it's kind of like keeping ourselves open to where there might be new opportunities available. Developing on from what Paul mentioned with working with the police, we're actually Trade and Standards Wales is about to embed an officer in the Tarian Regional Organised Crime Unit, because there's been an identification that out of the top 15 threats impacting on Wales, 7 of them, and if we take out the basic police, what they are dealing with, 7 out of those 15 threats impact on South Wales are being led on by Trade and Standards. So there's a very high level of criminality, but the level of investigation that Trading Standards is involved in Wales is very, very high. So Tarian are working on bringing a number of partners together to have sit within the local office. And those embed officers will come from the NRA, HMRC, Border Force, NCA, GLAA, or all the acronyms you can imagine. But the idea is that by just sitting in the office is a little bit more than just attending the meetings. I'm sure this is something that Paul has discovered himself. So you're aware of names crop up across the table and everything. We see that as being a really positive step forward. And it's helped because we've had those strong links, not just with our local police forces and our individual local authorities within individual police regions, but also on a more national level. So that's working well for us, and that's a real positive step going forward. I think as well, it's looking at how we can proactively work with our partners. So not just a case of waiting for them to come to us and ask for something. Let's get them involved at early stages. So we've just come out of Trading Standards Wales Week, and a massive thank you to Kenred and Valerie in supporting us with their experiences on London Trading Standards Week, so that we could develop that in Wales. But as part of our 5 main press releases for that, we linked all those press releases with the various partners that we had on each of those themes. Wasn't entirely selfless, because by name dropping them, we made sure that they would share, obviously, the information that we were putting forward. But it also keeps on the front foot. They understand what we're working on, where our challenges are. And then we do the same for them. With the IPO, we've recently had what was an ex-Trading Standards officer's gone to work with the IPO. So they've sent across now, after us working with them or asking them to come in on some of the Trading Standards Wales Week, they're now sharing their Christmas campaigns with us, and we make a concerted effort that all authorities across Wales will share all that information. And we've also worked with them on a number of podcasts recently that we've done. One of our local authorities, Shared Regulatory Services, already had links with local radio. And leading into Trading Standards Wales Week, we thought we'd run off a load of podcasts relating to that. And we brought in some of our partners for some of that activity as well. And as a positive, we were talking yesterday about outcomes and outputs and how we can sort of put ourselves out there as Trading Standards. One of the outcomes from that is that up in Conwy, there's now there was an approach made from a local radio station there. So Trading Standards officers in Conwy are now working with their local radio, and it's just about getting our name out there on on a more regular basis. And I just want to finally say, because I'm taking up quite a bit of time here,
No, you carry on.
Something else we've done in Trading Standards Wales is we've developed a suite of position statements. So we've come up with 5 position statements. Obviously in Wales, we've got a number of devolved matters, public health, animal health, food, etc. And we drafted a number of years ago position statements. We've just refreshed them and added an extra one for the environment and climate change. So our 5 position statements are public health, illegal tobacco, environment, climate change, economic prosperity and safeguarding. Not obvious titles that if you ask people in the street what do Trading Standards do, not obvious things that they'd come up with. And what we do with these position statements, we share them with Welsh Government. We've got very good links with Welsh Government through WLGA colleagues. We are working with the CTSI Vice Chair as well sorry, not the Vice Chair, the Vice President, to get some of them out. We send them to local authorities for sharing with their elected members. And also some of the information that we've got in there can be picked out either by our partners. If they want to have some information for any consultations, we'll pick out our lead officers, we'll pick out some information for consultations. But again, it's some high level information that we're sharing out there. So we're trying to spread the news of what we do and how we do it well as widely as we possibly can. And basically, it's looking at what other people are doing around the country and stealing those ideas We don't have to come up with everything ourselves. You know, it's just it's sharing that information, sharing the good things that work for us, the things that didn't work for us, and you know, whatever we do, we're happy to share across with anyone else. And I'm sure everyone else around the table is happy to share back. And I think that's very important. We don't want to all be starting from scratch when we can share what we know.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There is 0 point trying to recreate something yourself when you can get it from your community. So when you're starting out, because you collaborate a lot, when you're starting out on one of these relationships, what do you set yourselves as objectives? You know, what's the goal?
I think we all need to be aware that quite often, no matter who we're working with, we're on that. We've got to sit around that table because we're aiming towards the same end goal. What our opinions are, sort of about how that's delivered, is why we're around that table. We can share best practice. We can share opinions. I think it's really important that if someone says to you in any group, you know, can we do this, and you think the answer's no, explain to them why there is the no, and learn from that. We don't want to be in any groups where it becomes a talking shop. So I'm very much for looking at actions, outputs, outcomes, whatever it is, but we're there for a reason. And if at any time that we feel that being on any sort of group, working in collaboration with any partner, maybe isn't as important at any time, we just step away. We don't say that we're leaving totally, but at the moment, what your priority is isn't ours. We'll just take a step back and we'll come back in at a later time. It's all about communication. I think a lot of the things that go wrong are about lack of communication. So I think it is about making sure you communicate properly all the way through, not being afraid to step back, not being afraid to put your head above the parapet and say things that might not be popular. But we're all there hoping to get, you know, a productive end result. And hopefully we've all been around long enough to realise that sometimes it is difficult decisions. We have to go with it. I think at the moment we've got the option of sitting down quietly and complaining, or let's make a bit of noise. Let's have a look at what we can do a little bit differently, who we can work with that maybe we haven't worked with before. When we lose people to the profession, you know, from the profession, if they go into partners, we'll still keep in touch with them because they're a good in then. About telling, you know, and if they can sort of keep mentioning our name within the agencies that they've got to, then that could be a new opportunity for us. So I think it's just making sure you're aware of why you're working with other people, what the outcome is likely to be, and just communication.
Yeah, and keeping focused on that outcome, right? You mentioned a minute ago about knowing when to bow out, knowing when it's not quite the time. And I'm going to ask you to talk about that a little bit, because I think it's an interesting point, because to make a team most effective as possible, you need to know when that point is, when that happens to you. Can you describe a time when that's happened and share?
I think looking back at my own local authority, we did a bit of a review probably about 10 years ago about what groups we were sitting on. And I think you can quite easily find that your calendar's full up with meetings and you're struggling then to do the day job. So we actually sat and reviewed which groups we were on and what were we getting out of them. And there were some that... for example, I think the one that came to mind was we sit on a lot of the violent ones, the police violent crime groups and that sort of thing. We've also got the safeguarding hubs, and at the time we've now got a very sort of important seat of the safeguarding hubs, but at the time there wasn't a lot of that discussion that involved kind of like trading standards then, or there wasn't a lot of input for us. So we just pretty much went back to them and said, look, we want to be kept on your mailing list. We want to be kept, if you let us know what your agenda is, if we can see the minutes, etc., because we want to still keep engaged to a level, but we're going to make the decision when we see the agenda whether there's something for us. It also worked well because within our local authority, we had people in our CSP, our partnership, community safety partnership, who sat on those same meetings, and we worked very closely together anyway. So if we'd already said we weren't going to attend a meeting because there was something on the agenda or there was nothing on the agenda that immediately pointed towards the trade and stands input, we knew that if something came up that was a bit left field, not planned, we knew that our colleagues, our internal colleagues, knew enough about what we were involved in that they could actually say, actually, I'll take this back to trade and standards because I know they this will be relevant to them. So it's while we're stepping away and we're releasing a little bit within our own diary, we're still keeping enough of a link there that we're not forgotten about, and we're making sure that they're not forgotten about in our world as well.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, it's just interesting because you do have to periodically, in leadership or in any team, reflect on where you're spending your time to make the biggest, to be most impactful. Yeah, so that's really interesting. Thank you, Judith. So I've got another question for the panel now. So thinking about the future a little bit, how could a variation in penalties and the nature of enforcement make services more sustainable? Now, Kenred, you haven't kicked us off yet, so I'm gonna go to you.
Yeah, I was told earlier to be a bit controversial, so keep that in mind. As in, this isn't the I don't know, the gospel according to my view of what the world should be. I mean, I think one thing we got from COVID, I was thinking about how it sort of ties in really, was about financial penalties. And in trading standards, we've got a big difference between areas. So I've been doing some stuff with cost of living, and that would be under the Prices Act. Maximum penalty if you do it against a shop is magistrates £400. Someone correct me if anyone knows more about the Prices Act. That's the best I can see. So you could take it to Crown Court, get an unlimited fine. So that's it if people aren't putting their prices up, which you would have thought is a standard thing, especially when prices are going up. And what we've been finding is we go into shops and the shopkeepers say, well, the prices keep changing, they keep going up. So we don't want to have to change the labels, which is sort of, well, that's the whole purpose to it, I would have thought. In that kind of case, we should have fixed penalties, and we should have decent, strong fixed penalties. And I think that it would be a complete game changer. Things like not having unit prices in supermarkets. Fixed penalties, why not? Why can't we? Why would that be a burden on business? It wouldn't. It would be a good incentive for them to do things. In letting agents, where we've done great work, nationally and locally and regionally as well, for things like CMP projects, you've got £5,000 penalties if people haven't got a certificate on their website. And, it seems to be pretty much when it goes to appeal to tribunal, it hits about £3,000 mark. And that's just, if you put a £3,000 fine out, it's pretty much supported. So why is it that in some areas or some ministries, I can say, are happy to go down that route, but places like Bays have been very, very wary. And I've had meetings with OPSS policy, and I think there's this big push. They think, oh, it's a burden on business. But things to have fixed penalties or have financial penalty systems, but it seems to me quite completely proportionate. You've got in other parts of the world, Australia, for lots of food things, they do financial penalties. The officers can issue tickets really if their people are doing stuff. Here they haven't got that tradition, and it's effective. It brings people into compliance. Even underage test purchasing. So at the moment, you can do a prosecution and get an unlimited fine, so £300,000 fine against a supermarket. But why isn't there just an absolute offence that you could do a fixed penalty? If a supermarket is selling repeatedly to young people, why can't we just issue a £5,000 penalty because they've sold it? The arguments I've heard from big businesses, I've heard this from, national, international supermarket in UK. One was, our staff receive £8 an hour. And this is from senior management there. What do you expect? Well, you can't resolve that with reasonable precautions of due diligence. You can't say by paying £8 an hour or having that attitude towards your staff, this is a few years ago, you're not doing reasonable precautions in due diligence. But I would have thought it'd be quite a strong incentive to the supermarkets. They know, well, actually, if they are selling stuff, the member of staff can be fined £80 or £100. It escapes me by the police, but the actual supermarket doesn't receive any penalty. because they can just bombard the officer with, and it literally is, you know, file after file after file after file of these, you know, responsible, or reasonable procedures and due diligence. And then just going off a little bit from that is maybe the whole RP and DD, the due diligence, has that become a monster in itself? Has that become a sort of paper chase? And we're talking about outcome orientated. Has that become where it isn't outcome orientated? We've had representations from national supermarkets as well, and that was within 2 years, where their expert witness said you expect to have a 10% failure of test purchases. When they do their internal test purchases, they expect a 10% failure, and there's and that's their, you know, that's their best thing. Well, that isn't a quality management system in my book. You know, quality management system, you aim for having as few failures as possible. And we've had other retailers we prosecuted, and they said they're going to aim at a Six Sigma kind of position, have it, you know, try and drive it to almost zero. The supermarket that was at £8 saying they were paying our staff almost nothing, that organisation, once they had meetings with us, once they changed their system, once they brought in the better tills, we withdrew the prosecution, didn't pursue it. Their sales went down to very, very minimal. I think at the time we were going out to the borough, maybe we do 15 premises. The only place that was selling was this one supermarket. We had knives like, you know, this big. I can't see it, my hand's disappearing. But we had like proper steak knives, carving knives being sold, and it would literally be no other shop in the borough was selling it. And it was actually once they stepped outside their responsible, their due diligence procedures, once they actually humanized it, they actually came to see us, we could just show them what needed to be done. Once they took it seriously, because they were facing potentially unlimited fines, then suddenly they just did that extra work that brought it into line. So I think there's a bit of a monster's been created in terms of just the legislation's been in there for a long time, and people think they know what due diligence is, reasonable precautions are, and I think that's something that could be reviewed. Trademarks Act 1994 is interesting, because that one, the defence is the person just says they've got a reasonable belief the goods are genuine. So going even out a little bit more, could you start talking about maybe for safety, a defence would be if people have got a reasonable belief the goods are safe. And then, I mean, the most absurd things I've seen is where we've had people saying they can do reasonable precautions due diligence has taken place when it's just purely a labelling offence. So for cosmetics work, you'll have, you know, barristers coming to court and they're saying, no, this person's, and all they had to do, this person's done all their due diligence. All they had to do was look at the label. Now, how can you, or have a member of staff look at the label? How can you claim that defence in those situations? So I just think it's become like a sort of legislative add-on, basically, where all our offences have that thrown into it, and I don't think people are actually thinking of the consequences. But there's no reason, also, conscious of time, there's no reason why local authorities shouldn't be able to keep hold of the penalties when penalties are issued. I think that's what happens with all the letting agents areas. It's what happens in other areas. But when I was talking to other ministries that aren't using it at the moment, when I was talking to their policy chiefs, they were following the McCrory report recommendations, saying that it should always go into central funds because otherwise it becomes a conflict of interest. And I just don't think, it doesn't happen with parking. I can't see why it shouldn't happen with us, that we can keep our funds. And it becomes like an effective enforcer then, because it gives motivation to the teams. You can get it, and it means that you start enforcing things which aren't necessarily purely about really, really serious crimes. It's what we are at the end of the day. We're regulators, aren't we? And we need to just be bringing up standards, and especially the pricing one's a classic one. We could just go out and issue some decent penalties to people. That would make things a lot quicker. I hope that's given some food for thought.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Now I want to save just 3 minutes at the end because we've had a couple of questions come in. But you mentioned a couple of really interesting points that I picked up on. You talked about this humanising piece, where you brought them in and then the organisation changed their behaviour, and that was after talking about the fixed penalty. Now, do you think? And I'm not sure if I'm being slightly controversial now. Do you think the fixed penalty notice will still allow you to do that humanising piece, or does one cancel the other?
Definitely, because I think there's the way you can do it is you'd say that there's two options to the regulator. One is to issue the fixed penalty, and the other one would be to go for the criminal offence. So you've got that in other areas, like you've got that in HMO licensing. So you could there's no reason why it's up to the regulator to choose it. So if you're having repeated sales from a particular supermarket, you'd issue them with the £5,000, for example, fixed penalty. If it happened a couple of times, you could then call them in and say, well, actually, this is showing systematic problems. We're now we're not going to issue with fixed penalties anymore. We're thinking about doing it as a prosecution with a potential unlimited fine. And that's what we were doing for COVID work, actually. We issued I think 2,000 against one shop, 4,000, 6,000. It was obvious it was just a cost of business for them because they were coming in cash, paying it in cash, which was a bit worrying. And then we said, okay, we're not going to issue it anymore to you. We're now going to just take it to court. We're not even going to give you that option of paying a fixed penalty for it. So you'd still have both. It'd be another tool in the kit, really.
Yeah, okay. And has any of the other panel members experienced the impact of this process, but bringing that humanising element in to actually change someone's behaviour long term?
Not directly linked, but a bit broader. So just picking up on some of Kenred's point, totally agree it's useful to have the fixed penalty notices and the ability to serve notices. And I think just for the sustainability of our services, it's important that we have a range of different tools so that we can pick the most appropriate one according to our resources and the circumstances. I think that flexibility to be able to choose what would suit a local authority. We've seen through the COVID pandemic, the backlog with some of the prosecutions and delays, and if you're doing license reviews, some of those things may have got held up, whereas, you know, in order to be able to be proactive, start planning, you want to move some of these things through the system so that you can start being more preventative rather than reactive. So I do think there is a clear role, and also I think around the penalties themselves actually probably needs to be reviewed. Are they a deterrent? Because, you know, officers do put a lot of effort and time into these investigations, and actually you don't want at the end of that actually it's not something that's going to be a deterrent to those that are facing it, and they're just going to continue that behaviour, because that's not sustainable for us to keep, you know, prosecuting or going after the same people actually. So and in terms of, I think you said around diversity, the humanisation of it, at Hammersmith and Fulham, some of the work we've been doing is around diversity and inclusion from looking at it London-wise over the last 2 years. And so officers have started to look at, maybe if they're doing simple cautions, maybe recording some of those protected characteristics to be able to improve how we record data, so we can see is the way that we're carrying out our regulatory activities having adverse impact, or is there better ways that we can engage with the business community or others in the community to improve outcomes going forward. So I think there is something about keeping that human, you know, that engagement is very, very important, and across a lot of the disciplines, like for example private sector housing, it's about negotiation. So I think, you know, it's about using everything in that toolbox.
Oh, it is, and in some respects it's almost like changing a culture or how a group of people feel about a particular organisation. Yeah, so I agree completely that absolutely has a role. So we've got a couple of questions in. Well, one's a bit of a shout out, so I'll do that one first. So Judith, are your position statements online? And that's from Sophie. If they're not, can they be?
We've recently revamped our Trading Standards Wales website. I'm almost 99.9% certain they are up on there, but what I can do is I can get them shared here anyway, so they're available here. I'll work out how to get them shared as a handout.
Fabulous. All right. And then we've got one from Simon Wilkes. Right. Do you see further development in formal collaboration with the wider sharing of services and the provision of local government acts that have such a long history in regulatory delivery? Do you see further development in the formal collaboration with the wider sharing of services under the local government acts? Yeah. So do you see this collaboration being more formalised? Go on, Paul. Yeah, jump in.
Personally speaking, no, I don't. Not under the current approach that we're getting from government. However, we do have the opportunity to increase collaboration and scale up. I have a personal opinion that trading standard services are too small now. We've gone the wrong way. Criminal enterprise has increased in size. Certainly in Scotland, we went from regional authorities and got scattered to the four winds to 32 one man and his dog outfits. That's not a sensible direction. It's not a sensible move. Criminal enterprise grew and went that way. We scattered and went that way. I would suggest that further collaboration could be formalized by scaling up and brigading up services, or perhaps even when you consider the collaborative successes that we all have, and particularly the mention that Kenred had made in London. We're all about protecting people, protecting communities, and protecting business. Us and the police. So here's a question. Try this one. Why are we sitting in a local authority? Should we in fact be a civilian arm of the police service?
Great question.
Is that to the panel?
I can shoot back to that really. I think, well, as someone who lives in, someone who lives in London, I've been quite pleased that I'm not a police officer over the last year, to be honest. And I think the trust we have as local authorities is, and the relationship between local authorities and us, and so local residents, local businesses and us, is quite different to that between the police. And I work closely with police colleagues, and I've got an enormous amount of time for them and respect for them. But I think there's a very good reason that, our offences, which are, we've got immense powers compared to the police in some ways. We can actually, and that, yeah, I just think, it's a different culture. I think it's a different way. Do we want to have powers of arrest? No, I don't. I walk into a shop by myself often. I'll be liaising with people, and the police. Yeah, it's just a very, very different kind of relationship, and I just don't think it would work in the short term at all. I mean, the police should be picking up a lot of police work that they're not. Fraud is a classic police thing. A lot of doorstep crime stuff is artifice burglary, or it's a lot of what we're picking up is basically old-fashioned, proper, strong police work. And that definitely should be done. And I've worked with like ex-DCIs who are contracted into my local authority, people who are like proper old school flying squad detectives, and they were head in their hands when they saw the way that some doorstep crime is being dealt with, or just not being dealt with, because it's not even being recognised as offences. But I mean, that's the whole other side of things. But I think I think exactly the model you were talking about, Paul. I think that's great, but I'd be very, very wary of combining TS and police in that way.
All right, guys. Well, we've got 2 minutes to go, so I think we've come to a natural close. We should probably bring Carol back in. And just to say a huge thank you on behalf of CTSI and CIH and the audience today. You've been a fabulous panel. Thank you all for your contributions. It was thoroughly enjoyable and very interesting. So over to you, Carol. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily, and everybody else who participated in that session. Some very interesting work undertaken there through COVID and beyond. And I think we were all involved in a lot of partnership work throughout COVID. And, partnership work can be a very powerful thing. So thank you very much. So now to our next session. Weathering the economic challenges ahead and safeguarding public services to give contribution to the cost of living. I've noticed that cost of living is a common thread throughout our speakers over the 2 days, and I think it's something that is concerning everybody. The first speaker is Martin Rees, and he is the Chief Executive of Coventry City Council, and also the President of Solace. Over to you, Martin. Good morning and welcome.
Thanks, Carol. Can you hear me well? So thumbs up. Good to be with people, albeit not in person. So just some thoughts to kick this off. and I've heard some of the other sessions and seen the programs. Hopefully it is helpful in terms of some context around the finances, and I guess really the future of services, including those that you care deeply about for our local communities. So I thought I might do three things. First of all, just give you a kind of Reeves take really on how I see the context that we're all currently operating in local government, both from a global level all the way down to really hyper-local. A few minutes on that. And then what I've called increasingly, as a result of that, particularly the profound, some would argue existential threats we've got at the moment with regards to cost of living and many other challenges in our communities, how we can secondly think about priming the conditions for the inevitable uplift that we're going to see as we come out of what will be, I think, a tough recession. And then thirdly, I thought it might be quite useful just to think about the power through that of local service delivery, some of the policies that will impact on us, particularly more broadly around levelling up and differentiating different parts of the country that we work in. So I hope that works in terms of a three-part plan. So first of all, in terms of the context then, and I think we have to be absolutely 100% clear-eyed on this, that in the 22 years that I've been working and privileged to work actually in public services, in every single type of local authority, very tough fiscal, economic, and from the sector. And actually, I thought one of the biggest impacts was back in 2009 when we saw obviously the global banking crash and the significant detriment to local government finance and budgets, which has then endured evidentially through the last decade or so. And I thought we wouldn't see those kinds of major, like toxic shocks again, with tectonic plates moving all over the place with regards to our overall financial position from both a global right down to a central government, local government level. But here we are, and we're in a situation where there's absolutely no doubt that as we face not just the next financial year in local government, but the medium term, there is a huge amount of uncertainty, ambiguity, as well as some significant challenges on our system at a time when the resources will simply not be there in the quantum and the flexibility that we require in order to deliver against what all of you will know, irrespective of your professional, particular specific professional areas, and you have obviously particular interest with this conference, but broader areas as well. Wherever you look, significant increase in volume of demand on local public services, but also, and this is as critical and as crucial to consider, an increase in complexity of that demand, which often requires significant capacity capability to meet the rising demand and that very, very complex demand as well. And this is absolutely real and here and now. At the same time, of course, let's equally be honest about the context. Yes, there's some global shifts, and I've talked about the kind of pinball machine and the analogy that all of us, professionally, politically, communities, families, are in this pinball machine, which has just been incredibly febrile, frenzied over the last decade, without any doubt at all, and in particularly over the last few years with clearly Brexit, whatever your political and economic view on that, the pandemic, and now facing a real set of interrelated challenges around cost of living, the energy crisis, clearly entered into a recession, which we hope will be as possible, but has shown many signs of being quite challenging indeed. And so all of those things are coming together at the same time. And what that means is our communities, the people that we really care about in local government, the reason why we exist, are finding this, and you think something that we can make sense of it, it goes the ball again, and there's more ricochet, more collateral damage, and people are finding it very, very difficult. And that is why we're seeing presentationally highest levels of mental health an ill health challenge across our communities, not just young and adolescents, but actually through all age cohorts. And that is one of the complexities and increases in demand we've seen coming through since the pandemic and beyond. And of course, all of this also at the same time, and I'll finish my third set of comments around levelling up and how we can think about this, but the inequalities of all of our places, wherever you represent, were facing as we entered the pandemic, despite some really great efforts around public health in particular and reducing health inequalities. Unfortunately, the evidence is clear that we've seen a widening and a deepening of those structural inequalities as a result of the pandemic. And then as a result of these latest economic whiplashes really into our communities, we're again seeing, unfortunately, the same communities being impacted. And it's actually creating wider and deeper structural inequalities. But also we're seeing many more of our households going into debt, feeling concerned for the future in ways that in local places we've never seen before. So this is big, and it's really, I think, for all of us, and again, I'm completely agnostic about the professional roles that you represent, the organisation you represent. We are here to understand genuinely, evidentially, the context that we're all operating in, environmentally, politically, economically, and financially. Because unless we understand that, and it's guilty knowledge, because it's not all good news at all, it's only then that we can understand the kind of responses that through evidence and policy will give us a chance of moving through. So that's my first set of conversations, and I wish I could be much more positive and upbeat, but that is what we're facing as leaders in our local places, and this is what we've got to do. So secondly, priming the conditions for our communities, our households in local areas, in order to say, whilst we will continue to see these really quite dramatic impacts on disposable income, ability for people to live their lives in a meaningful way, have work that is absolutely rewarding, so there's not having to be in work as well, but actually creating those right skills across it. We've got to continue to do that and build with our communities, not at them, a kind of resilience and a capacity and a robustness, build as we go through this, target our resources through services as best we can for those communities that need us the most. But this is the point, actually prime with our communities, with our stakeholders, with our businesses, the very uplift and the opportunities as we go the recession Am I back? Have you lost me?
Yeah, hello, Martin. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello, Martin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, have you lost?
Yes, we did,
point?
Martin. I'm afraid mid-flow. Your internet seems to be a little bit in and out.
Where did I get to?
I can't remember because the sound started to break up before you dropped out.
What would you like me to do? Do we just, so I try and stay on, or just lead to Q&A at the end?
How much more had you got to say, Martin, or were you fairly conclusive?
Just a couple of more minutes, really, to conclude.
Do you want to do a couple more minutes to conclude, and then we'll move on to the next speaker?
If I can be heard and seen, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Martin, I've removed your camera and just put up a slide. So if you want to talk without your camera, it will help without the camera. It won't be so glitchy. So we'll just use your audio.
Okay, colleagues, sorry if you lost me. I'll be quick in conclusion. So the third set of conversations which I wanted to share, which hopefully you got some of, was the need for us to focus on local public services that are providing more equal, fair opportunities to the very people that need us and the most vulnerable in our communities, which is easier said than done, but will require a significant mix of revenue, capital, partnerships and collaboration across our systems rather than just our organisations. So because of the connection, I'm not quite sure why it's been so bad, apologies. Three things: context, incredibly challenging, globally down to hyper-locally. Secondly, the uncertainty, the anxiety means we must prime the conditions for our communities for a focus locally on the uplift that will inevitably come. And then thirdly, that must be about a relentless focus on levelling up, fairness, equity of opportunity in our local areas through systems approaches rather than just professional silos. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin, for that. Sorry about the technical glitches. But we're now going to move on to the next speaker, who is Councillor Ian Parry, Cabinet Member for Finance and Resourcing at Staffordshire County Council. Thank you very much, Ian.
Hi, good morning. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
As a county councillor and a cabinet member responsible for finance, clearly the challenge for us is how do we maintain adequate funding for areas like trading standards, whilst we've got competing demands and arguably higher priorities in some areas of the council, such as social care, which has, it seems, a growing demand pressure, clearly risks if we don't meet those pressures and demands. And therefore, how do we balance our books? If we go back, I guess, to pre-austerity days, trading standards were much more of a central part of upper-tier authorities like county councils, and had quite a number of in-house assets, which have since disappeared since austerity days. Clearly, as the councils across the country have had to prioritise their budgets, services such as trading standards have had to share that load, if you like. Unfortunately, in some areas, in some councils, they've taken a kind of salami slicing approach to budget reductions and savings, a method I don't necessarily subscribe to. But when they do salami slice services, the smaller areas of the council, such as trading standards, tend to take on a larger responsibility for cost reduction. So it will impact greater on those services, which are much more bespoke and specialised than the big directorates and councils, which can often absorb some level of cost reduction without too much effect upon the service that they provide. It's not the case necessarily for trading standards. So in the past, when we've had, as I say, those internal assets such as laboratories and things like that, those we've had to make decisions about whether you continue to provide those or fund those in-house, or whether you combine with other authorities or buy-in services, for example. What's also clear is that the demand upon trading standards hasn't diminished in many respects, as Martin, the previous speaker, was saying. In many respects, it's growing. And it's growing not just in the size, but in the complexity and diversity of the demand that's placed upon trading standards. And if we went back not many years, we wouldn't see as much, for example, online type of activity and road traders and scamming as we do now. And we wouldn't probably see as much almost on the street or door-to-door type of road trader activity as we do now. And the breadth and depth, if you like, of the service has increased as the operating environment of trading standards has changed. So the real challenge then is, how do we maintain something which provides a level of service and safety for residents and consumers within an envelope of reduction in our overall spending power as a council, whilst we still try to maintain the highest levels of service in care, etc. How do we maintain a level of service in those areas where some people see them as less important and potentially less visible? This is also, a kind of an area that's changed for trading standards. In the past, we've seen, I think, a higher visibility of trading standards. Going out to public events with mobile exhibition stands and things like that, and advising and supporting, attending car boot sales and all sorts of other things, working with the farming community and food producers. If the public and I guess if people like me realized the range of demands and the range of services and the importance of those services on trading standards, we would inevitably, I think, have a greater consciousness of the need to ensure that they were adequately funded within, as I say, those priorities and those pressures that councils already have upon them. I'm not quite sure what the answer is. I think trading standards themselves have reshaped and in many cases kind of repurposed parts of what they do. There's much more about advice giving, much more about helping people to be more resilient, buyer beware, that sort of thing, working with businesses, trying to do much more of the influencing behavioral type work, signposting, advising, and that sort of area. But that still leaves gaps, and I'm conscious that there will be gaps in the service that probably aren't adequately supported and funded, that we really need to be aware of and conscious of. It has, unfortunately, over recent years, probably has to an extent for a long time been a bit of a Cinderella service, that people are not fully aware of it. It doesn't have the profile I think it once had. It did have, it was often in local news, for example. There was quite a communications strategy that sat around trading standards, where they were often in the news, as it were, and people were aware of what they were doing and the support that they were giving to communities. As I say, that seems to have diminished. I'm not quite sure why. But it seems to be that the profile is lower. That can't be helpful or useful. And the pressures on the service itself must be immense upon the people working in the service. And like every other part of local government these days, recruitment of professionals and retention of professionals and making sure that we've got a useful and effective workforce in that sector is something which is an additional challenge, which I'm sure other councils across the country and other parts of councils also face. There is a shortage of skills in many areas, and some more acute than others. So I can't offer you solutions. I can recognise the problems. I can understand how we kind of got here. I can appreciate how tough it is for trading standards professionals to work in the sector at a time when pressures are building, complexity of need and diversity of need is building, and yet resources and funding is becoming more scarce. I think there's possibility for perhaps more collaboration, both across the local government, but also across other sectors, to try and build capacity where possible. Hope that's useful. Very happy to take questions or to stay online for the Q&A session.
Lovely. Thank you very much for that, Ian. That's very nice and clear and succinct. Yes, please stay online, and everybody in the audience, please put your questions into the question box. So we'll now move on to the next speaker, Stephen Ruddy, Head of Services for Buckinghamshire and Surrey Trading Standards, is also the chair of the CTSI board. Good morning, Stephen.
Morning, Carol. Great to be here. Thank you. I think I've got a presentation lined up. It should be coming up shortly. A few PowerPoint slides, I'm afraid. Great. Yeah, it's great to be here. And I think the challenge I've got is encapsulated in that phrase, making the case for investment locally during the current economic climate, which feels like a particular challenge in the light of the last two speakers eloquently outlining the financial situation that local government is and the challenges facing us all. Before I get into that and begin to offer some hopefully helpful pointers rather than solutions necessarily, I just wanted to look at the context that we're facing. So cost of living has been mentioned again and again over the last couple of days. It probably is the biggest issue facing the country, and including that local authorities and trading standards and environmental health services at the moment. Just a couple of points I'd pull out of this slide, which encapsulate some of the ONS latest data for their public survey. Worrying figures there, very worrying. 10% of people in the most deprived areas are already behind on energy bills. 75% of people said they're worried about rising costs just in the last 2 weeks. The couple of charts at the bottom of that slide are from the latest Citizens Advice data and analysis. They're doing some great work at the moment on that. And they're highlighting some more alarming statistics as well, showing that the big rises in people seeking charitable support, using food banks, and with fuel debts. And as we've known from the last couple of speakers within our own local authorities, we're facing huge pressures, the impact of COVID, inflation pressures, demographic changes, increases in demand, and the points made by both of the last speakers, increasing complexity of demand. So that's the background that we're in. How can we make our case in that climate for resources? How can we compete with those other services that have been mentioned? It's a challenge, isn't it? One crucial thing that I think we need to do as part of a wider package, but one crucial thing we need to do is actually demonstrate our impact and our relevance. One of the ways of helping us demonstrate impact has been the work that ACTSO have done over the course of the last few years, responding to the fact that there was very little data previously available to actually demonstrate the value and the impact of trading standard services collectively. We do a lot of work locally, but there was little actual data to demonstrate that impact. So back in 2018-19, we began to work with local authorities to collate a whole range of data. And the aim was to use that data to enable it to be used nationally, but also to create a consistent framework for managers to be able to use the data locally, to adapt it, use it to support and advocate for their services locally as well. And it wasn't just about data. It was also about pulling together some case studies, some examples, some real life examples to help us bring that data to life. It's not just about numbers. numbers are important, but it's about evidence and creating a connection with local stories and local people and bringing that data to life. And in doing that, we wanted to focus on not just the financial impact of service interventions, but also on the social impact as well. So I'm pleased to say that the latest report, which pulls together that data for 2021-22, has just been published, and it shows the sheer scale of how much trading standards teams have been doing to support and protect consumers, and also to support businesses through a whole range of crises and difficult situations at the moment. I think in the handout section, a copy of the latest report and a 2-page infographic summary should either have appeared or be appearing shortly. So you should have some useful data to refer to there. I'll mention a couple of things from the report in a moment. Just before I get into the data, I also just wanted to highlight another aspect of telling our story. This is Grant Shapps, who's the Secretary of State at BEIS, who's appointed in October. So hopefully many of you will have recognised him. I think he is still the Business Secretary of State, although there is quite a turnover at the moment. I think we've had 4 Secretary of States at BEIS at my last count. And if anyone can work out or remember who the 4 Secretaries of State are or have been during the course of the year, put them in the chat. There won't be a prize, but you'll get some kudos, I'm sure, from your colleagues. Not quite as many Ministers of State at BEIS as we've had housing ministers. I think it was mentioned 5 yesterday. But one of the things that Grant Shapps did do when he took over at BEIS was he instantly released a TikTok video of his elevator pitch. He did it in the famous round lifts at BEIS at Victoria Street, the ones where we were getting a presentation from Sarah Smith yesterday. So in 1 minute, less than a minute, he encapsulated in quite a sort of short, snappy, but connected way with his audience what his priorities were, what he was going to deliver, what BEIS was all about, just in less than a minute. Sadly, I don't think he mentioned trading standards or consumer protection in that, perhaps not surprisingly. But I think the message for us is we don't do that very well. Sometimes we struggle to convey what we do in a way that has a real impact, in a way that's relatively short, relatively snappy, that connects with people. And that's been repeated a few times over the last couple of days, particularly in the workforce session yesterday. We often focus on delivery aspects of what we do, on effectiveness, on impact. All of those are vital, but perhaps we should focus much more on communications if we are to have a real impact and to get our message across. And that was in my presentation anyway, but I think that message is reinforced as it follows on from those presentations a moment ago from Martin and Ian. That message feels even more powerful to me now. So what is the pitch for trading standards? The impact and outcomes report that I've mentioned that's in the handouts attempts to pull together the priorities for trading standards and collate a whole range of activity within 3 central priorities. We did a lot of work nationally with trading standards to hone down and encapsulate what we're trying to achieve within those priorities. And those priorities are tackling detriment and preventing harm, supporting the local economy, and promoting health and well-being. And those priorities, I think, are standing the test of time. And the work that we're doing in support of COVID, or tackling COVID, or tackling the cost of living crisis, and moving into climate crisis work, I think will all still fit within those central priorities and raison d'etre of trading standards services. So what are the key headlines from the latest data set from the work that we did last year? Basically, the data shows budgets declined last year. We think that that's a decline linked to the ending of some COVID-related funding. Overall staff numbers increased by around 6% to just over 2,000 TSOs across the country. We think that is very likely to be related to the increase in apprenticeships, which I think is a positive sign, but I think it's certainly a positive direction of travel to see an increase, albeit a small increase in employment. And it also showed a continuing increase in demand on the service, an increase of 5% last year, in addition to the 20% increase from the previous year. So reducing budgets, increasing staffing, increasing demand. The detail of the rest of the data is included in the attachment, so I won't go into a huge amount of detail or spend a huge amount of time on these issues now, but just to pick out a couple of priorities. Tackling detriment and preventing harm. Last year saw over 714 defendants prosecuted with 251 years of imprisonment. And the services supported over 17,500 scam victims and saved consumers well over £46 million in terms of scams, £3.8 million in court compensation, and recovered £7.5 million in proceeds of crime. Together, the work tackling detriment actually saved consumers over £548 million, quite a huge saving in terms of consumer detriment. Supporting the local economy is the priority. Again, I won't read out all of the data there, but it does demonstrate how we support businesses in terms of inspections, business advice work, and actually tackling the illicit trade in counterfeit products. The work which supports health and well-being, again, there's a whole range of data there and in the report. The only one I'll pick out for the purposes of this is nearly 4.2 million unsafe or non-compliant products were seized or taken out of the marketplace following trading standards interventions, and that having a value of around £147 million to the local economies. The work that we're doing also was shared with local authorities in a way they could use locally in their social media. So some pieces of work like this, I won't go through the details, but some shorter, snappier pieces of work which can be used for local social media and could have been adopted and adapted locally to demonstrate the value of local services as well. And that final summary slide there showing £548 million of detriment again, which equates to over £5.50 worth of savings for every £1 spent on the service. I think we have to bear in mind as well, that's also just capsulating that financial detriment. There's a whole range of other activities that Trading Standard Services engage with and a whole range of other ways that they support the local economy. Cost of living has been an issue at the forefront of our discussions over the last couple of days. One of the areas that I think we need to work harder at is demonstrating the impact that Trading Standards Services have in supporting and protecting people, particularly facing cost of living crises. This is a slide which we pulled together locally, which summarises activity with that cost of living lens. So the focus in the centre there is about trading standards helping protect residents from harm by ensuring honesty, fairness and safety across the marketplace. And there's a whole range of different interventions that we take in different marketplaces and different arenas, which have a direct impact on people's financial well-being and hence have a huge potential impact in terms of the consequences of the cost of living crisis that we're facing now. It's quite a busy slide, so I won't go into the detail now, but this slide is also, I think, published on the ACSO website and has been shared previously. So just finally, just pulling all of that together, the key for me, and I think it's been supported by the presentations elsewhere during the course of the last couple of days, including the last couple of presentations, is the key for us and trading standards and environmental health is demonstrating relevance and impact. We have got huge relevance in a whole range of priority policies for government. Government can't deliver policy priorities without local engagement, local regulation, local enforcement, local presence. Those agendas include issues around growth, levelling up, health inequalities, environment. They can't deliver those priorities without local support. We need to work harder at demonstrating that. The same applies to local government priorities. Local government have got priorities around levelling up, supporting vulnerable residents, adult social care, environment, health inequalities, protecting the most vulnerable, housing and crime. Again, trading standards and environmental health services are central to the delivery of those priorities. we almost tie our hands behind our backs unless we pull together and support trading standard services and environmental health services in delivering on those agendas. And I think it was Jim McManus who earlier on today said cuts in those preventative areas have been a false economy. They've actually harmed people, and the ongoing need to focus on prevention and preventative spend. It was quite a chilling statistic from me earlier when you said that only 3% of health and social care funding went into prevention, when a shift of that could have huge health benefits and financial benefits. There's work for us to do there. The work that ACSO have done and others helps us create a data set to support local support and demonstrate how particularly trading standards activity has an impact nationally, but also has an impact locally. That data set, supported by those case studies, helps us connect, helps make that work real, helps us tell our story and to make connections. And I think that the point that Ian made a moment ago about being less visible is probably very true, and we need to work much harder to make ourselves more visible. The things that we're doing are relevant, do have an impact, but we're somehow failing to get that across in a way that is as effective as it needs to be. So the work on impacts and outcomes helps us do that, but it doesn't do that in itself. And just a final point is investment in trading standards, investment in environmental health is all about prevention and protection. That was critical in the COVID crisis. It's critical in the cost of living crisis, and it will continue to be critical as we face the climate crisis in the years ahead. Our challenge continues to be to highlight and make the case for trading standards, environmental health and public protection as essential safeguards and protections, and as a foundation for a successful economy. And we need to challenge the language of red tape and burdens on business. Prevention and protection, that isn't red tape, it's not a burden on business. It's as vital for successful businesses as it is for residents and consumers. So I think I'll pull that together and end now. I think I've probably gone on slightly too long. And I want to thank all those local authorities that contributed to the ACSO work. It is appreciated and it is worthwhile, and encourage you to continue to support that data collection and help us continue to make that case for investment locally and nationally. And as a little bit of homework for you, for those that are interested, do go away and work on your elevator pitch. Give it a go. Find a succinct way of selling your service. What would your elevator pitch be for trading standards or environmental health? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. You've stolen my line there, because I was going to say everybody must go away and think about a few words for their elevator pitch, because I think that's a really good way of thinking about it and being succinct, maybe draw an attraction to it. One thing I'd like to maybe ask, hello, welcome back to the other panel members as well for the questions and answers. If anybody has any questions and answers, can you please put them in the box? I'm not getting anything much in my priority box at the moment. So everybody must think about their elevator pitch. And also, I think another important point that was raised, we must have a useful and effective workforce. It's something that quite concerns me across the two professions. And I don't quite know what the answer is. Does anybody in the panel have an idea where we should even start with that?
I mean, I can start. I did in
Okay,
my.
Go on, Steve.
Go on, Steve. Yeah.
I'm not sure this works as an elevator pitch, but the work that our ACSO have done, sort of summarising the trading standards activity into those three core areas, plus the cost of living agenda at the moment, I would have something like, it's the most vulnerable in our communities that are most affected by the cost of living crisis. That applies to everybody. We've heard that again and again. Trading standard is there to protect residents from harm by ensuring honesty, fairness and safety across that marketplace. We're here to tackle detriment, protect residents, support the local economy and promote health and well-being. And there's lots of evidence to underpin that, and we can bring in lots of case studies as well. But that would be the central element of what I would be describing as trading standards. And this would be something similar but different for environmental health, I'm sure. And just to follow on from your last comment, Carol, I think that's also a gap for us, not just in advocating for funding, but it is also a gap for us in terms of workforce as well, being attractive employers. And we're failing there as well. So those are sort of two foundations. It's not just about funding. Workforce is a key issue for us as well, and that was highlighted very strongly yesterday.
Yes, it was.
I would also add, Carol, that I wonder whether there is a need to make the profession more attractive to new intake, particularly in an academic context as well. You're a chartered institute, that offers a terrific career opportunity, career boost. I've never met anyone, young people who are thinking of considering this as a profession or, going into an academic route. And I wonder whether there needs to be some more, a higher profile, more publicity and more connectivity perhaps with education institutes, with schools, etc., to consider this as a realistic and an attractive option for young people as a profession.
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
One of the things, I hope you can hear me. I'll be brief because I've got 5G connectivity in Coventry, so I've no idea what's happening with this. But hopefully you can hear me. It's embarrassing, but I don't know what's happening. Anyway, I'll be quick. Look, Ian will know this. In a really large county that he's responsible for. Steve ditto, me and Met City, but districts, boroughs up and down the country have got broader as well as specific professional challenges on workforce. And the sector has to understand that not only we've got a demographic time bomb with those amazing colleagues who are 50 plus and actually have created some amazing organisational knowledge and experience and done some amazing stuff professionally, and we can't afford to lose that without transition. We've got young people that need to be inspired from very different backgrounds, actually. And Ian's point about different pathways through education, training, but actually have got different lived experience, because as a chief exec for a long time, when I look at the best of trading standards, environmental health, I'm seeing the vulnerability, the brilliance of what Steve talked about, playing out with communities that are vulnerable. When you've got trading standards officers, environmental health officers, and the raft of professional peripatetic other focused services that people look like them in their communities and understand the lived experience, becomes a breakthrough in terms of some of those relationships, whether it be education or whether it even be enforcement and other issues, genuinely so. So I don't think we should beat ourselves up too much as a profession, but lock this into the wider issue about why is it that people aren't flocking to come and doing these jobs, because literally every single day through these jobs, people are changing, yes, changing people's lives for the better. And I just think unless we get that elevator pitch right, I think we're going to struggle as we go through the next really tough couple of years.
Okay, thank you, Martin. So a question here from Simon. He says ATSO's work, although is annual impacts and outcome framework consistent to demonstrate that every £1 local authority spends on their trading standards team returns significantly more to communities, this year around 550. Should this not influence decision making of the members and senior managers? Martin, would you like to come in on this?
Sorry, just repeat that one again. Sorry.
Steve covered around the one for every £1 spent this year, around 550 is saved. The question just says, should this not be influencing decision making at senior member level?
Yeah. Yes, it should. Ian's going to be much more educated politically to that in terms of the toughness of that. But again, let's be really honest. I think I was asked today to provide the kind of macro environment, the reality check. At the moment, and Steve shared some really impressive, interesting data, but we can see this investment data across all of our public services, including those that are high complexity, high volume of demand, where if you spend the pound, which is hard earned from taxpayers and government at the moment, and do it in a certain preventative systems way, you can create significant value. The challenge is making that investment during the febrile financial challenges that we currently face, which is a really tough financial political challenge financially, but also to make sure that you have a systems conversation which says those benefits sometimes do not accrue to the same bit of the system that are investing in that intervention upstream. That is why place-based approaches, whether it be total place pilots, community budgeting, have not delivered endemically in the way that we'd all like, despite the fact the evidence is empirical, because it requires not just ongoing strategic political bravery and boldness, it also requires the system culturally, and this is the right outcome for our communities. I believe we should do more of this over the next couple of years, and together, I guess with my Solace hat on as well, we should be lobbying, using this amazing data, infographics, with Treasury colleagues, our spend departments, to say, actually, this is where we need to hold our nerve, because it is this that will deliver the outcomes and the financial return. But how do we do that when it is so challenging at the moment financially is, I think, a political conundrum. Ian?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Martin, in the sense that the evidence across so many parts of local government to operate more upstream, to do preventative work and demand management is a very compelling argument. But there are probably many cases across local government where the same case can be made, and where savings and where difficulties and hardship for families, for example, could well and truly be made. The difficulty is, while you're trying to address current demand, there leaves very little resources to invest in preventing future demand. That is always the dichotomy that local government faces across the piece. Must all be business case driven, I think. So where there is a compelling, unarguable case that actually investing in this will provide that reduction in the future, that can be made as a business case, and councils are often prepared to invest in that kind of transformational type of work. But it has to come with strings, in that if you are investing upstream in that interventional preventative stuff, that it shows a return on that investment, that you see a smaller budgetary demand or demand pressure to actually justify the investment. Otherwise, all you're doing is, as you do with roads, you build more roads and you just attract more traffic. So it can't be that kind of sausage machine that's fed on sausages. You've got to actually have a business case that says this actually is a cost and demand reduction strategy. Otherwise, yeah, we can all make out cases for upstream means you save money. And the arguments this morning were really, really interesting in that, if you do invest in some of these areas, it's the hardship and the trauma that people then, are not faced with because they've been prevented. We would share that, but it's a question of how do we prioritize that against competing needs, and to make sure that we can fund everything in a sense.
Yeah.
Well, I know Steve might want to come in, Carol, but just on the back of Ian's powerful points there, one of the things that has held the sector back, and I'm going to be quite challenging of the Chartered Institute, but actually all professional organisations, that what we unintentionally do, I don't think, maybe some would argue it's intentional, we kind of what I call atomise the service areas. So because of the importance of professional standards, protocols, you're absolutely right, technical brilliance under which the services are understood, you unintentionally put lines around you and actually create a difficulty then in making you permeable to other services. So these business cases for investment are only going to be one as a compelling argument, I think, is where Ian was taking us, which is how do we lock those in? Not just if you intervene early on some of these environmental health stuff, you create better accrued outcomes down the line. But actually, just imagine if you spent that pound alongside public health expenditure. Just imagine if you just shifted 2% of your independent living and your adult social care thinking of independence in our places to this journey. Just imagine if you started thinking through the eyes of urban engineers, planners in a fundamentally different way. You start to get a system business case, which I believe is more compelling financially, but creates bigger cultural challenges about how leaders, both politically, particularly officers, can work across different systems. And what's going to happen over the next couple of years, in my view, is the better places, and I'm sure they're all the ones on this call, rather than looking down and in, will actually start looking up and out and grabbing some of these opportunities whilst it is very challenging out there. The worry I have for the sector is if we do, as I say, atomise further, because the inexorable seduction almost for organisations and professionals is to go inward through periods of significant stress and anxiety, whereas we've got to do the opposite. And I would urge the Chartered Institute and others to professionally challenge themselves about that looking out, because I think that's what's going to characterise the better places over the next few years.
Okay.
Yeah, if I just sort of come in and sort of, if I can, I mean, I would tend to agree with those points, particularly in terms of the systemic nature of the issues. They're not sort of professionally based, they're not silo based, they are system issues. And in terms of funding and return on investment, you're absolutely right. Where you invest is not necessarily where you find the savings. The savings appear differently in different places in the system in many instances. So dealing with that is an ongoing issue. What I'd also say is not just about demonstrating the financial impact. It's also about, I tried to make the point a couple of times, the services that we're talking about, trading standards and environmental health, have got a direct and important role to play in policy delivery, actually turning policy priorities for government or local authorities into a reality. So for central government, around policy priorities around health inequalities or environment, for example, green claims, a whole variety of different things that become different policy priorities at a time, you need to have a adequately resourced service or functional resource to deploy to tackle those policy priorities and turn them into a reality locally. I think the points about working across and outside of boundaries are absolutely right. I think we are seeing some good examples of that. There are probably some remnants of silo working in a whole variety of places, including all over the place. But that's an ongoing challenge, not just for our services, but for other services and other government departments in particular, but also for services within local authorities. But I think the argument for investment in prevention is a powerful one. And there are a whole range of business cases which would stack up in relation to that. The challenge for us is finding ways of matching the savings with the investment, and that's always going to be a challenge.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very full, detailed answer to the question, and I think it also covered several other questions that people are asking. There is a question here as well, which Virginia has asked, which I think it has some relevance, and I know probably a lot of people are wondering the same thing. They want to know, let's go to Steve, about, do you have a view on the use of expensive contractors within local authority?
Yeah, to have a view. Not that I want to.
That's a nice loaded question.
Not that I've got a pre-plan, but obviously, whoever you employ, you want to be as cost-effective and as efficient as possible. I think, having said that, the workforce challenges that local authorities face mean that sometimes using contractors is an important element of a sort of a holistic approach to ensuring that you can cover the things that you need to cover. Ideally, you'd be wanting to employ and recruit people as part of the local authority workforce, I think, because then you can invest in training and development. You can create a whole range of different skills, and there's some benefits in that. But having said that, even if contractors are expensive, if they're coming in to do specific bespoke pieces of work and you bring in particular skills and experience, and that you can demonstrate that's value for money, that has got a place as well.
Okay, thanks for that. I think it's one of those things that contractors can be really, really helpful, and they are slightly more expensive, but for them there's also advantages and disadvantages in working that way. So I always look at it, working together to get the best out of it for both parties, really. And although I know sometimes staff do comment about the pay they get, we just have to get the job done, don't we? And sometimes we just have to use contractors. There's no way around it.
The operative word, Carol, is expensive, though, I think.
Yeah.
We never want to use expensive contractors, do we? We want to out of this, again, business case driven. Sometimes it's about flexibility, isn't it? That you've got a short-term problem that you don't necessarily want to take on a long-term fix, if you like, but a contractor can fill a gap, or to add capacity or capability within the service where it doesn't necessarily exist, and it's only a short-term need. So again, I think it depends on the situation. Contractors can be very useful. I'm very much a believer these days, and this is probably something which might surprise people, but I'm a great believer in trying to see if we can't bring more things in-house these days, because I think that period of outsourcing, we've learned a lot from that, and that is that kind of your mess for less kind of thing is something which local government probably learned a hard lesson from, and that is all people have done is take away your inefficiency and then charge you for it. Whereas if we can internally work out how to do these things well, I don't think local government is culturally or professionally in the same place as it was probably 20 years ago. I think it's much more tight, efficient, commercially minded, and effective, and could take on more things in-house. It's just sometimes you need a blended approach as the best way, but sometimes outsourcing isn't always the answer. It can be delivered in-house if you work it out, if you get the business case right, and put the proposition together right. So we shouldn't be dogmatic about this, that we need something, let's go out to the marketplace. Actually, can we grow it ourselves if that's the best solution and the most effective solution and the most cost-effective solution?
Okay, thank you.
So Carol, if I may, I 100% agree with that. I think this is an important question, although it was loaded, because none of us should be moving in any context, let alone the one that we've all painted, of expensive contractors, at a point when, if levelling up is nothing else, and it should be many things, it's about local supply, local pound value within local jobs, employment, and any elected member in any authority would say exactly that quite rightly. The challenge, though, both Steve and Ian have picked this up, we're not still good enough in local government, and we have to put our hands up on this, on being absolutely precise about the outcomes that we're trying to achieve through whatever mixed model, either in the market. There is nothing wrong with technical, particularly in this area that we're talking about today, when there's technical capacity and capability required, often for a short term, to use that. But the problem is it drifts. And my experience is it drifts beyond that initial input to deliver technical output. And then the third bit, which is still abysmally delivered, in my view, across local government, is when you use third party, whether they be commercial sector or hybrid, there is not sufficient knowledge transfer. So what then happens is it becomes, rather than a semicolon, when you say goodbye to that environment and you transferred some of that capacity capability into your own system, right? It becomes a full stop and you start again. Now that is a woefully inefficient way of using that external resource. So there is a time, you're absolutely right, I think Ian and Steve, there's a time when this works well. But we need to think, what jobs are we trying to do? What are best done with the workforce in play at the moment? What's the most productive? And quite frankly, I see, and I'm just going to say how it is, I see too many of our brilliant trading standards people in Coventry and around the region, our environmental health people, that spend too much of their professional time doing stuff that absolutely does not improve the value to our residents, our businesses and our stakeholders. Could that be better done through artificial intelligence, third-party intervention, or another mixed model? Release our professionals to be spending all of their time front-facing is a question that we often don't answer either.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses. We're now coming up to 1 o'clock, so that was very helpful and a fantastic insight. And the elevator pitch, I think, will be the resounding memory of probably the session this morning. So thank you very much. We will now break for lunch and we will resume again at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So do you want to just tell me initially just why you wanted to do that apprenticeship in the first place?
The whole opportunity to learn on the job and gain a professional qualification whilst doing so greatly appealed to me. I previously did work in compliance and did actually quite enjoy doing that.
When you sort of took on board the apprenticeship, why did you sort of want to do one?
I felt like, I suppose in my previous role I've been working for 10 years and I'd learned a lot over that time, but I felt like I was kind of stagnant. Seeing that, CSA were doing the regulatory compliance officer apprenticeship, and I thought, oh, that sounds really interesting.
And how do you think it's benefited you so far?
Well, without a doubt, it definitely has benefited because since completing the qualification in July 2020, I've since progressed in the company, thank you, since progressed in the company to take on a team leader role.
What's it been like working alongside a sort of specialist tutor?
I thought it was going to be really difficult to understand certain things, but it's not. The tutors are really helpful. They really make it, that I can understand what's type of happening and what I'm learning.
Any particular skills and then behaviours you think that you've picked up from that you didn't have before doing the apprenticeship that you might have now?
Definitely I'm a lot more confident in terms of myself, in terms of like what to do, what to look out for and all that.
Would you recommend other people do this then? Would you think it's a good way of developing careers and as an individual and as a person?
I think it really is important, yeah. It's a great way to develop a career. It's kind of a starting point if you want to do something new or develop something that you've learned previously, definitely.
So do you want to just tell me initially just why you wanted to do that apprenticeship in the first place?
The whole opportunity to learn on the job and gain a professional qualification whilst doing so greatly appealed to me. I previously did work in compliance and did actually quite enjoy doing that.
When you sort of took on board the apprenticeship, why did you sort of want to do one?
I felt like, I suppose in my previous role, I've been working for 10 years and I'd learned a lot over that time, but I felt like I was kind of stagnant. Seeing that, CSA were doing the regulatory compliance officer apprenticeship, and I thought, oh, that sounds really interesting.
And how do you think it's benefited you so far?
Well, without a doubt, it definitely has benefited because since completing the qualification in July 2020, I've since progressed in the company, thank you, since progressed in the company to take on a team leader role.
What's it been like working alongside a sort of specialist tutor?
I thought it was going to be really difficult to understand certain things, but it's not. The tutors are really helpful. They really make it, that I can understand what's type of happening and what I'm learning.
Any particular skills and then behaviours you think you've picked up from that you didn't have before doing the apprenticeship that you might have now?
Definitely I'm a lot more confident in terms of myself, in terms of like what to do, what to look out for and all that.
Would you recommend other people do this then? Would you think it's a good way of developing careers and as an individual and as a person?
I think it really is important, yeah. It's a great way to develop a career. It's kind of a starting point if you want to do something new or develop something that you've learned previously, definitely.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the last two sessions this afternoon. We have 2 half-hour sessions and we aim to close around 3 o'clock. So I hope that you've all been refreshed and are ready to start again this afternoon. I think we learned an awful lot of things this morning and there's some real powerful information and discussion, and I think it's been quite thought-provoking and probably asked a million more questions than there are answers to. So this afternoon, we're going to find out some more things that are going on and add to the mix even more. So thank you very much. And let's carry on now into the next session, which is Machine Learning Reloaded. Cracking the matrix to deliver more value for public service. I'd like to introduce you to Martin Bradbury, who is the Business Development Manager for Regulatory Services with Civica, and he will consider how machine learning opens new possibilities to drive positive changes, helping computers learn from data to create model humans wouldn't be able to build otherwise, but how we can maintain trust and deliver real benefits for everybody. Again, I would invite everybody to put your questions in the box as we're going along for Martin. So over to you, Martin. Thank you.
Are you there, Martin?
Hello, can anyone hear me now?
You're good.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. Nice to see some familiar faces again. Since the term machine learning was coined back in 1959, the technique has been used to build models that lie at the core of daily applications, from rapid diagnosis of disease, from assigning limited inspection resources, and from suggesting early interventions. There's many potential benefits to machine learning. However, the topic is not without its own controversy. Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Bradbury. Some of you know me already. I've been with the regulatory services team at Civica for the last 3 years, and I've met many of the environment and trading standards teams around the UK during that time. Today, I wanted to help you crack the matrix of machine learning in a 3-section presentation. Now, if any of you have seen the Matrix trilogy of films, you will understand the titles. I'm a bit of a film buff myself, so I make no apology for this. So the titles we've got for you, the first one is Enter the Matrix, and that is going to be explaining what machine learning is and how it will work. The second one is Revelations, showcasing where machine learning is adding value to today's local government. And finally, Reloaded, arguably the best of the 3 films, which gives you the formula for better success. So before I move on, I just wanted to pay credit really to the University of Bath for supporting on this edition of Perspectives. Civica has worked with our partners at the University of Bath's Art AI Centre to create this presentation. And with this, we help to help local government crack the machine learning matrix. Anyway, enough from me. Let's get started with a short video.
Machine learning isn't new. We've been using it since the 70s. Yet, there's still confusion about what it is and what it's not. However, the potential is real. 86% of public service leaders said it can benefit the sector. So how far can we go? And how do we act responsibly? Get a fresh perspective on machine learning as we share the key elements to get more value. Crack the matrix at civica.com/reloaded.
Well, there you go. I hope you enjoyed that as much as me. That eyeball at the end creeps me out a little bit. I won't lie to you, but I hope it didn't do the same for you. As you would see, machine learning is here, and the potential is real for local government and to get some real tangible benefits from it. And I think it's safe to say that all areas of local government are under severe pressure at the moment, and machine learning really does have the potential to make your lives easier and positively change the way you work. So if I just move the slide on. As you can see from the slide, in our own sector alone, 86% of leaders that we surveyed confirmed that machine learning has the potential to benefit the sector. So with that in mind, let's enter the matrix and learn a bit more about what machine learning is and how it actually works. So a lot of people talk about machine learning, but there's still some confusion about what it is and, more to the point, what it's not. Essentially, machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, and it uses maths and statistics to learn from data and sometimes make predictions. It also identifies patterns in data. Machine learning is able to analyze massive quantities of data and identifies patterns in data, and in doing so, it provides new sources of inspiration and innovation. It's overseen by humans. Humans play a vital role in machine learning. Working as facilitators of the systems, humans need to provide the data that computers can use, but also correct and fine-tune the model. So what is it not? Well, not all AI is machine learning. All AI systems can operate without need to learn anything. If you already know the rules to apply to the data, then a model can be built. It doesn't learn by itself unless you ensure the models are retrained. They will evolve and become out of date otherwise. And machine learning can't make decisions on its own. So get ready for another blatant movie reference. The Terminator. Do we all remember this film? Where Skynet computers become self-aware and start to take over the world. It's a great film in itself, but it's not really what machine learning of today is about. So there's no need to worry. Machine learning systems today generate insights. How you act upon these is up to you or the person designing the model. Machines take the automatic actions that are programmed by the human to do so, and that's all they do. So in a nutshell, machine learning gives computers the ability to learn from data without being explicitly programmed to do so. Now, there's two main types of machine learning. It either helps us build a model or build new knowledge. The path you choose depends on the problem to be solved and what you're trying to achieve. So today we'll look at two paths. We'll look at the teal path and the pink path. Both offer very different options for machine learning. So if we follow the teal path, it lets us look at a really simple scenario that allows us to understand the basics of machine learning. And later on, we'll bring it to life with some real life examples. So in this case, I'm building a model that can classify live data into existing categories. A model that can find a white rabbit, really simple term here, in any new data. So we provide the computer, in this case, with images of white rabbits and say, here's images of white rabbits, but white rabbits also do not look like a pink duck, and they don't look like an orange cat. So we can give the machine our data, and it will go away and identify all the images of white rabbits in there, and it will stay on that known path, and it's a very safe path to take. However, it's not really getting the best out of it. To do that, we really need to look at the teal path, the pink path even. If we follow the pink path, it means I want the machine to identify a cluster of data similar and find new categories. Rather than develop a new model, we learn how different variables interact, and we've created new knowledge that can inspire innovation. In the model above, we provide the computer with lots of examples of images. The computer will then examine all the available data and sort them into categories. In this case, again, we've got white rabbits, we've got a pink duck, and we've got some cats there as well. But in this case, the machine will learn as it goes. So putting it into real life scenarios, imagine if we told the computer that it could look at and identify the contents of all the evidence supplied with complaints to your teams, and it can group and prioritize that work based on the factors that you, as real life officers, would use to screen and prioritize the workload. That would mean hundreds of complaints triaged and prioritized in a few seconds. You know, this is a very simple scenario, but it will save you so much time. So our next section is Reloaded, and with that, we're going to look at some real life instances of how machine learning has worked in local authorities and provided real value. So let's look at this example from Swindon Borough Council. Working with the council's Street Smart Service, the team identified opportunities to trial new technologies aimed at improving the council's response to over 300 reports of fly tip rubbish they receive every month. Now, in recognition of their impressive work, the Fly Tip project was voted for by the public as one of the finalists for the Artificial Intelligence Innovation of the Year Award at the 2020 Digital Leaders Award, after being shortlisted by a panel of expert judges. The national award pitched the council against large-scale private sector competitors such as Tesco, and in fact Swindon Council were the only local government organisation to reach the finals, so it's really a big thing for them. The award recognised the organisation's team and the way they introduced image recognition and machine learning to identify the type, quantity, estimated dimensions and volume of fly-tipped items from a single photo. Another technology developed by the team was using location information to help the Street Smart team accurately and efficiently locate fly-tipped rubbish, fly tipping hotspots, and they could monitor trends of fly tipping moving forward. The introduction of these changes has allowed the Street Smart team to resolve cases and seen an 83% increase in efficiency despite an increase in reported cases of fly tipping. Now, alongside the technological development, the emerging technologies team at Swindon has worked closely with residents to improve the online reporting of fly tipping cases, which now has a 98% good to great rating from residents. So in fact, now the council are further looking to use this technology to improve other services such as graffiti and fallen trees. It's been a real success story for Swindon Council. So another good example for you is the UK Food Standards Agency, and it's using machine learning to identify risky imported food and feed products coming into the country. They also provide insights to local councils on which food establishments are more likely to present a risk. It helps local authorities prioritise inspections that they undertake. And finally, the UK Schools Inspection Agency, Ofsted, they use machine learning to determine which schools should be inspected. Models have been trained using historic inspection data and can be used to predict the likely outcomes of an inspection, helping to put human inspection resources into schools where they are most needed. Again, this is a real synergy to the work of inspection work carried out by environmental health and trading standards teams across the UK. So in our last section, Revelations, we're going to learn how to crack the matrix and get the best from machine learning. So I think it's safe to say with any machine learning, there's 4 key elements that you need. You need data, you need tools, and you need skills, and you need accountability. If you have all 4 of those values, you get great value from machine learning. So how do we glue this all together? What are the key things to take away? Well, first of all, you need to understand your data. Data is the core ingredient, helping the machine to learn. In an ideal world, you first define the problem you're trying to tackle and then gather data that would allow you to solve it. In reality, gathering data can take months, sometimes years. So we recommend starting with data that you already have. If you begin small, remember to allow the system time to learn and gather the data. It may need many cycles of iteration to get a good output model. Be wary of a model generated with insufficient data or data that has blind spots or sources of bias. It's probably not right and would likely lead to a wrong conclusion. Secondly, we need to use the tools. Machine learning uses large amounts of data to identify patterns in data and provide insight. Because of this, it requires a lot of computing power that historically has been out of reach for local organisations. Thanks to the cloud, computing power and cloud computing platforms now have the tools to offer machine learning systems built into them. This has increased access and opens up the opportunity to bring local machine learning into local public services and organisations. Thirdly, you need to choose your experts. Based on our experience, the best machine learning models are developed when the subject matter experts work hand in hand with the data experts. This ensures that the problem to be solved is well defined and the right learning algorithms are used to build the best model. Data scientists play a key role in designing the process for testing and training the model, but only subject matter experts can determine if the model created actually makes sense and adds value. As public sector organizations have access to data, don't have access to data scientists, we recommend using a collaboration of academia, the public sector and private sector to drive positive outcomes. And finally, we need to act responsibly. The world is complex and ever changing and never ceases to change. If you get the science right, you need to be accountable and ask yourself some tough questions such as, is the insight adding any value? Does it make sense? Is it actionable? Is it meaningful? Is the insight provided fraught with bias? Ethics, can I explain the output? Is it insightful or is it harmful, helpful? And finally, relevance. Has the world changed since I trained the model I'm using? Are my assumptions still correct? Does my model need to be updated? I think if we can't comfortably answer yes to any of these areas, you should stop using the model and retrain it. So there you go. Are you an innovator? Are you a thinker or a leader driving change in public services? If so, we'd love to hear from you. You can learn more about perspectives by going to civica.com/perspectives. But with that in mind, and across Civica, there's a number of ways for you to get involved and help us build a better future. You can attend one of our many youth groups or virtual community check-ins that have been running for the last 2 years. We've also run a number of innovation workshops which are open for you to take part in, or you can simply grab your phone and scan the QR code on the screen to find out more about Civica's environmental health software and how it can help you. So that's me done. Thanks for listening. Have yourself an awesome day and a fantastic year ahead. We all look forward to speaking to you either virtually or face-to-face in the near future. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Are you willing to answer a few questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies, by the way, for the loss of sound at the start there. I don't know what happened there.
That's okay, no problem. Thank you. That was very interesting, but my mind is all sort of like going around with lots of things that you've said there. So if anybody uses Civica products, do they get this as part of the package? That would be my sort of like first question, really.
It's not part of the package, but it is part of the hosting platforms. Many of the large cloud providers now provide machine learning tools within their platform. So it may be something the council already has access to. It may be something they need help with.
Okay, so we should ask our provider, in other words, if it's something that we can access with our data.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So I've got one question here for you. Adrian is asking, other than fly tipping, do you have any other good examples for the use of ML in EH and TS, e.g. food hygiene, food standards, licensing, etc.?
Not to hand, but I can certainly get back to you on that.
Okay, so that's Adrian, maybe you could let Adrian know, and maybe more people are interested as well. So that I think that would be interesting to know what local authority have used it and what examples you have.
Sure.
How many local authorities are actually involved in this work with you, Martin?
So in terms of machine learning, I don't have those figures, but in terms of regulatory services, we have about 200 authorities who use us for regulatory services across the UK.
Okay, so it'd be a portion of those would be
a portion of those, yeah.
Looking at this, and does it resonate in trading standards more than in food safety, for example? Do you think?
I think it has relevance across all local authorities or all areas of regulatory services, because there's so much data that you guys collate along your way, whether it's licensing data, whether it's inspection data or complaints coming in, that all needs triaging. And prioritizing, because obviously you have limited resources now, so we have to focus on the areas that really need our attention most, and this is a great way to save you time and enable you to prioritize your work.
Okay, thank you. Michael is asking, have you been discussing this with the FSA in relation to ABC? That's their program.
I think that's one for our product team. Again, can I take that away for you?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Okay, so I think that's come to the end of the questions now, Martin. So thank you very much for a very interesting session, and I'm sure probably a few people will be in touch with you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Carol. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye.
So next, slightly ahead of time, we're moving into the area of port health. So we have seen the EU exit and all the things that have gone on in port health, and it's been quite a dramatic time for them. But they do have a new target model. It's called the Target Operating Model, or TOM for short. And our next speaker is going to discuss the implications for health protection. Our speaker is Anthony Baldock, and he's the Director of Health and Wellbeing at Ashford Borough Council. And he will be talking to us around what is the role of TOM and what does it mean for the Port Health and Inland Authorities? What impact will this have on our future? And what are the implications for EH? So, Anthony, I'd like to introduce you, and away you go. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. The first thing I'd like to say is what an honour and a privilege it is to be speaking to an audience of trading standards and environmental health colleagues, often divided by a common purpose, but in different ways. So it's really nice that we're actually all talking in one place, and that's something in the future that I hope will carry on. So yeah, thank you, Carol, for advising there. What I'm really going to do is, if you bear with me, is explain what goes on in the port at first, because it is a strange world, very exciting world, but it's kind of not the norm that most TS people or EH people would do. So it's a bit of scene setting, if you bear with me at the first, so you kind of understand where the situation's arisen in terms of Brexit and why there's such a problem there. So that the whole presentation is really going to set two things. It will tell you what we do at the ports, and it'll tell you what's happening with regards to the mess that's been left after Brexit. It really isn't a case of getting Brexit done. It's more, I think, that we got done by Brexit, to be honest, and that's really where we're at with it. So the first thing to kind of obviously talk about is where the border checks happen. So they happen at ports of entry also, but we've now got this new kind of animal on the block called inland border facilities. Now there used to be lots of customs places that were inland border facilities anyway, and have different kind of status where they've got different customs status to bring goods inland and do checks, thing called T2 transitory checks, or they're cleared on documents. These are become far more important now that we've been through the Brexit, because it's also where they're doing other kind of checking of goods coming from the EU. Whoops. So what is a border control post? I apologise because these slides normally click in on the bullet points there. So if they're a bit busy, I'm sorry. The transitions don't seem to work on here. So a border control post is where we would be staffing, and they're not just for environmental health officers, and trading standards people on occasion, that they cover a whole wide of professions. So in our kind of world, we're dealing with food mainly as EHOs, etc. Obviously, trading standards colleagues will be dealing with animals in transit as well, and things coming onto these places and how long animals delayed there. But not all ports, the first thing to realise, are entries that are border control posts in the first place. And not all goods that are controlled are not controlled both for phyto or phytosanitary checks. So anything that's a live animal, etc., will be subject to that regime, and anything that's a meat product will be subject to those kind of regimes. But many other food products that aren't of animal origin aren't subject to any controls whatsoever, and they can come as go as they please, and they'll only be subject to customs controls. But there are certain goods deemed high risk foods not of animal origin that are within the SPS checks, and that might be because they've got pesticides on them, or they may have some kind of allergens within them, and so they're subject to different regulations there. And if there's not possible to carry out those checks, then they're obviously carried out somewhere else, which is why we have the inland border facilities that are popping up now. And there's a number being constructed. And within the inland border facilities, the border control posts have been built there. And if you think about it, it's not that unusual, because we've had airport BCPs for many years. So obviously they're not really at the port of entry, they're miles inland. But the difference being that it's a kind of captive environment, whereas the new inland border facilities, trucks are moving from the border inland to a border facility, and there's an element of trust there that they will turn up at that facility. If they don't turn up there, it's not really a great thing, of course, but they would be smuggled goods anyway. And ironically, that's not really anything to do with the local authority. That's more customs that would enforce the legislation around those smuggled goods. So to become a border control post, there's also a very kind of high bar that you have to jump, and they have to be designated, and that's a team within DEFRA. And that's really very much based around the hygiene of the building, the procedures, the competency of the staff, and that's something that's kind of been held over in EU legislation. So Port Health language, like any bit of trading standards or environmental health language, it's got loads of acronyms, and these are the kind of common ones that you'll hear and people will slip into. So POAO, often hear that term, that's products of animal origin. That does pick up on fish as well, so that fits in that category. All the dairy products, that will fit into there. High-risk food not of animal origin, again, that's another term you'll hear that will pop up in the legislation. Common things that you'll come across there are aflatoxins in nuts is a real big problem, but also there's lots of rest of world goods that come in that do have pesticide problems, which are sampled. Border control posts, we've already been and visited that, so that's the BCP. Official control regulations, the OCR. Official veterinarians, so you'll keep hearing people talking about OVs, and ironically, most of the OVs that are in that kind of world are mainly European veterinarians. So the problem with that is that most of the countries in Europe struggling to get enough vets to sign their export certificates, yet most of those vets we've kind of poached and they're working here for some of the larger concerns, such as Level Jones and Hallmark, etc. We fit into this regime as EHOs, and the title that's given there is the OFI, so that's the official fish inspector. So an EHO often will do everything that the vet will do, apart from sign the certificate for them. And there were relaxed regulations around that to allow that to happen, and there was no problem with that happening. I think that kind of easement has stopped now because of COVID, but we are basically the people that are responsible for fish anyway. Other term you heard is the border operating model, and EU originating goods and transits. These are all terms that you'll hear. And rest of the world. Rest of the world is really the old bit of the world that wasn't within the European boundary. But obviously now we are rest of the world to Europe, and Europe is the rest of the world to us. So in terms of what's happening at the BCP, as I say, we're very much on the food path there, but really it kind of falls broadly into two very distinct camps. So it's the animal health part of the border control process, which is very pertinent at the moment, the ASF, African swine fever happening there. And that's all around zoonosis and animal and agricultural protection there. And that's very dominant, obviously, in the minds of DEFRA. The other side is really around the public health aspects, so more human health involved. And that's where we really come into our own around dealing with aflatoxins, pesticide residues, and things like that. There is a kind of, I know I'm talking to an informed audience here, but both regimes are important, but they're dealt with by different people. So in terms of the public health side of the fence, a lot of that is really Food Standards Agency led, and the animal health and the meat product is very much DEFRA led. Now that does cause a few issues. And in terms of getting ready for Brexit, FSA have been left out of a lot of the discussions, which has been unfortunate, really. And that's where we've been kind of making sure that they are aware of these other products and other things that go on within their border control posts. So the PONH and high-risk food not of animal origin, that also includes, for, as you'll be aware as trading standards audience, that includes animal feed. And I can't remember whether the Code of Practice amendments actually happened, but the FSA were consulting on allowing lots of those controls to be dualled. So whether it was a TSO or an EHO, as long as the EHO was competent, they would be able to carry out the feed checks there. And that's what we intend to do in our facility, because our local trading standards colleagues are very stretched anyway, and they wouldn't have the resource and manpower to do it there. SPS family also, they look at live animals, and that's a different part of the border control post. And there's a live animals border control post in most major places. So Gatwick has one, Heathrow has one, Sevington has one there. And there's also the plants and seeds inspectorate people that are within border control posts, and they're looking at produce to stop things like thrips or Colorado beetle entering the country. But at the present time, a lot of the checks from Europe that should be happening are happening, they call PODs, point of destination, which ironically that the trade don't really like, because that means they've got many drops and many inspections, and it becomes very complex that they can't come to one place to what they need to do and then send the driver off just to go and deliver what they need to do. Other things that happen in the BCP, we look at organics at that level as a Port Health Authority. We deal with plastic kitchenware, so products from China that might kind of leach acrylamide, etc. That's another thing that's controlled. And the other big part of the work that goes on is around illegal, unregistered and unregulated fishing. And that is a kind of a big thing, because the price of things like toothfish is enormous. So a lot of that is designed to clamp down on smuggling. Rest of the world regime's working pretty well. It's still very messy with regards to Europe. And again, there's lots of arguments saying there isn't enough signatories in Spain and France to actually get this regime working. And we are making headway on that one, but it has been a bit of an uphill battle on the IUU. And just for your information, there's probably £500,000 worth of fees and charges that will be generated from the volumes of trade that would go through the Channel Tunnel alone in the IUU regs. So these are kind of ones that are already existing. I spent many years at Gatwick Airport, so I'm very biased to Gatwick. But Gatwick Airport already has a BCP in place there. It used to be incredibly busy years ago prior to T5 being built. And when that was built, a lot of the products that came to Gatwick went up to Heathrow because of the style of aircraft that flies into Heathrow. So previously there was huge volumes of horse meat, believe it or not, came into Gatwick Airport and was then shipped across to Belgium. And there was loads and loads of pork that came in, lots of beef. That trade has really stopped now, and most of the products that come there are either fish related, lots of tuna fish that comes in from the Maldives and all over the world, and that often transits out the country going to Heathrow. And things staying in the UK a lot are lots of products from Kenya and Ghana, etc., high risk food not of animal origin. Heathrow has a BCP, which is a really busy BCP, and a huge amount of work goes on there. Felixstowe is probably probably the biggest port in the country, and there was a huge volume of goods in Felixstowe, and it's even more under the cosh at the moment because of the muddle with Brexit that we'll get to, that they are not able to send certain goods that would come into the ports where they were coming because they were cleared in Europe. They have to divert and go into Felixstowe. So there's roll on, roll off kind of stuff going, and load on, load off stuff going to Felixstowe that never went there before, which is causing a pinch point from them. City of London, there's a huge number of bits of the river. The city look after the whole of the river there, Gavin and his colleagues, and they have a number of ports there from DP World and Tilbury. Immingham, that's kind of the Felixstowe one if you hear there, and Hull is another kind of very busy port there. And coming soon, hopefully, we will have Sevington up and running. Sevington is all built, and that's the facility that the government constructed in Ashford within the inland border facility. So to give some context around this, products of animal origin, so they are considered high risk and always must be accompanied by a specific document to demonstrate they've met health conditions. So there's lots of rigour around that will deal with whether the country is disease-free, what its testing and residue plans are like, and the imports that come from those places must be an EU-approved country, and they must be from an EU-approved establishment, and they have to come with a specified health certificate, those goods. If that doesn't happen, then they're not allowed to enter the UK. And the legislation was frozen when we left, so we still got the same legislation as the EU's on that one completely. In terms of high-risk foods not of animal origin, these include, as I've said, really, peanuts, those kind of things. So products from Egypt. Egypt every year, probably around this time, huge numbers of strawberries are imported from Egypt, and they've often got salmonella on them, and they are a big problem, obviously, and so that's an issue. And these products have to go to specific ports. There was a bit of common sensing done, where we had designated points of entry, designated points of import, border control posts, and that was very confusing. So all those terms were wrapped up into a border control post. And basically these products now have to enter into one of those facilities to come into the country. They're not all as checked as much as products of animal origin, but there's a slight difference in the regime that certain percentages of these goods have to be sampled. And that's quite labour intensive. And most of those goods will be then held until the positive release when the sample's okay. So they're held under a customs bond and then released into the food chain. Difficult in places like airports, and it will cause a problem for us at Sevington because there's no storage capacity. So larger ports like Felixstowe, they can put them on the dockside and charge demurrage, but in the smaller facilities, and that will be one of the big challenges in the IBF, that provision hasn't been provided. And there is quite a lot of those products. I've had many conversations with people I've known from previous life that are saying that because of COVID and flight changes, lots of high-risk food not of animal origin is flying into Europe, and they're desperate to have a BCP in the short straits area because those products are either not being imported because of the difficulties now, or it's costing them lots of money by the routing of those goods. So getting on to the Brexit thing, so why is it a problem to us? Well, the reason is because we had a no deal exit. So if the government had actually negotiated, then we could have been bilaterally locked together. Therefore, our regimes would have been similar. We did pass EU regulation 217625, which really froze everything that we were doing to kind of as a standstill. And within that legislation, the EU goods to GB have a transitory kind of measure whereby, really and truthfully, we're doing no checks at all. So smuggler's paradise. And the irony of that, GB goods to the EU, there isn't any allowance the other way. So they are treated as the rest of the world, and their kind of facilities are all in place. I've been to France a number of times, and they've done an amazing job in Calais and on Boulogne-sur-Mer. So they are checking our goods just in the regime as we were checking rest of the world goods. Yet we haven't actually managed to get our own kind of checking regime in place. So it's a very tricky thing for people exporting at the moment to kind of cope with that, and a very unlevel playing field. And sadly, I think it doesn't really assist the people that are trying to comply. If only we would help get the facilities in place, it would mean that imports are checked rigorously, and it would mean the good guys prosper and the poorer performers wouldn't prosper. But I suggest that's probably not the case at the moment. In terms of Northern Ireland, the protocol really is saying, is in effect, that the Northern Irish territory is just still in the EU. So all that happened prior to us leaving is still happening there. And that's why so much kind of upset, because it's felt that that's an unfair trading environment, and the checking in the ports isn't really happening because, again, that would be seen as an unfair barrier. And that still is very much a very live issue. Customs, that's obviously another big kind of issue, and that's where lots of controls are put around these things getting into the market space. So illegal and unregulated fishing, that is really controlled by not being cleared if it's not complied in that regime. So in the customs system called Chief, there will be a flag that will come up to say that hasn't been cleared by a port health officer, and therefore those goods can't be allowed into the market. That's how that happens. Inland border facilities now have obviously come into their own because of Brexit and the fact that it's impossible to build a border control post at the end of the Channel Tunnel because there just isn't the room. So that's why it was brought in land there. Very similar in Dover, that there's not really the space, and the intended BCP in Dover is to be built at kind of Bastion Point. And the other thing to note is the short straits are a massively important kind of trading route, and huge volumes of rest of the world goods come through that point as well as EU goods. So lots of things will go into places like Rotterdam, and they'll come across into the UK by the ferries or by the train routes. Last year we had a huge number of plastic goods that got stuck because they couldn't get cleared because they'd come in unwittingly, and they were stuck in the customs world because they didn't have a declaration or a certificate of analysis to clear them. And as I said at the beginning, that there's no bilateral deal such as the Canada and New Zealand kind of deals. So we are kind of basically, we're not doing any checking with the EU. We're allowing them a huge amount of latitude, but that hasn't been reciprocated. I can't see it being reciprocated, although I think the Foreign Secretary had a very good conversation in French the other day. So that must have helped the French colleagues kind of work together a little bit more. As I've said there, the big fuss, that there's no deal. So it means EU is rest of the world, which means there should be SPS checks at the borders, but no bilateral deal, but we're just not doing them. So we've kind of really out of step with Europe on that one. And I think most people think that we only import about 50% of our food, but in reality, 80% of food is imported really, including basics such as carrots and tea. And Denmark is a massive supplier, by example, and accounts for over 60% of our pork products with Germany. And the EU supplies virtually all the pork imported in the UK. And due to the high import tariffs on pork from elsewhere, African swine fever is also a huge problem now, and we're not really up to speed completely. The government's got emergency legislation about looking at that, and that's more of a smuggling kind of issue. But even personal imports are now being stopped to look for one, for illegal slaughtered kind of animals, and two, to make sure that pork products are controlled to control the risk of ASF entering the UK. So as I said before, that's my new little mantra, that got Brexit done or got done by Brexit. I think it's really the latter at the moment, and the UK border isn't functional, and the rest of the world goods are being checked, but no EU goods are being checked at the present time. But the EU border is fully functional and working very well. Ironically, UK border facilities are built and they're staffed and they've stalled and been mothballed. We've also had to lay off, well, we haven't yet, but we're just about to make a number of people redundant, a small number of people, I'm glad to say, because we never staffed to the levels that DEF were demanding of us, because I was unsure always whether that was the correct thing to do. But even so, we're still going to let 7 people go that are fully fledged kind of port health officers and business managers. And I suspect once we get operating, we'll probably have to try and get those people back, because they'll still be needed in the model. But today just makes it untenable in terms of costs. As I mentioned, the trade has been hugely disrupted and rerouted into alternative ports, and that's frustrating lots of trade people. I've been asked many times when on earth I'm going to get Sevington open. I'd love to get open tomorrow, but obviously it's not within my gift. But there is a huge pressure from the trade, and I think the politics, dictate that they don't want anything to happen there. And the phrase was no new checks. Well, the really truth, they wouldn't be new checks. They would be extant checks. They would just be being taken place in a better place for the trade to save money. For instance, I won't name drop, but there's a very large importer of fish goods that I asked them to break down what it was costing them. And they were saying they were estimating possibly another £50,000 a month on their existing kind of cost to bring products in from Turkey. Huge amount of aquaculture is produced in Turkey, and those goods now have to come up and go right way round into Felixstowe rather than coming through the short straits. Previously, they would have been cleared in Romania, but most of those goods now are just routed through and as transits. So they're not really cleared for a CHED, which is the EU's equivalent of what we use on the IPAS system. But that's really problematic. And obviously the goods are older and worth less money when they get onto the market slab. So original countdown to SPS. So it was delayed prior to this, but it was delayed so many times I thought I'd simplify. This was the last delay. So product of animal origin was supposed to happen in July 22. Now it was very modest, and it was very much a staged process again, whereby certain products were controlled in July. Then there was other products coming through in September, and finally in the December, fish products were going to be brought into the mix as well, and high-risk food not of animal origin. But in the end, none of that happened. It was just decided that it was too risky. Everything that was going on was too complex, and it was scrapped. IUU, low risk kind of products, which means anything that's been cleared in the EU, that regime is in place. But because there's been such lack of rigour around enforcement, it's very hard to get people to kind of comply. And even though we're trying very hard on that one, it's an uphill struggle, really. The MMO, which is Marine and Maritime Organisation, are now looking at using fixed penalty notices in that world to encourage people to comply. Border Force and Customs, of course, that's in play, and it's always been in play. But even again, that's kind of quite tricky, because the customs alignments are something that's very historic there, and the problem with that is the data that we need to know what's happening and work out how much staff and resource we need. It's not really there because it hasn't been collected for many years when we were in the EU. So the new countdown to the SPS controls, and I probably haven't explained what SPS is, and I should do that at this juncture after saying it so many times. That means sanitary and phytosanitary controls. So the new regime, the target operating model is in autumn 23, and pre-notification is continuing, and that's happening now, and we're mining that data to get better kind of analysis about demand and need there. And point of destination inspections are happening, as I've said there already. But the products I've put down on the bottom there are problematic. There's no live animal facility in Sevington, and there's no real live animal facilities as a BCP in Dover. High-risk foods like the chili peppers, you'll see there, that a lot of that isn't being imported anymore because it's a problem. Plastics, that's going to cause another problem, because that will, I'm sure, be coming in from Rotterdam, etc. now over Christmas. And we had loads of John Lewis's goods stuck last year in between us until it resolved in the end, and peanuts. And a lot of the peanuts, etc., are subject to aflatoxin checks in the feed world as well. So for TS colleagues, that's an issue with those products coming in. So BOM becomes TOM. If you'd heard about border operating model, that was the kind of standard bearer for government and DEFRA, how we were going to deal with the Brexit. That was revised, and really the target operating model, I think we'll do starting with a blank piece of paper, but just rewriting the BOM. Now to kind of explain that the goods from Europe was subject to very, very light touch regulation. And most of those goods would have been just coming through with a documentary check only. They weren't even going to have a thing called an ID check. So the documents would have been done on trust. We would have been calling a very small percentage of goods into a border control post. One, because it wasn't hugely necessary, and two, the volumes would just dictate it wouldn't be possible to look at all those goods. So that was the original border operating model, and that only kind of related to EU goods. But the target operating model is much wider in its aspiration, and that's saying, well, we want a new kind of model for the border, and we want to deal with all goods that come through in the same way. So rather than having a twin track of EU goods and rest of the world goods, that they want the TOM to bring that all into one space and make it much easier for everybody, and have lots of things called trusted trader and systems of eco-trust. Whoops. So the reason that kind of happened in the end was because Jacobs Rees-Mogg did a very whistle-stop tour of border facilities. I think he spent the whole princely 15 minutes at Sevington before he made his decisions, and he went to Felixstowe and a number of other places, and he decided that we couldn't possibly, make this work with Europe, and he decided to scrap the whole programme that DEFRA spent many millions of pounds on getting ready, women in honesty. And I think he'd been to Felixstowe, probably seen rest of the world goods, and wasn't really up to speed with what was going to happen there. And the reason for the change is given as, well, we need to have a Border 25 vision, which I think we all support, and we really want good, flexible, modern regulation, but that would be much better brought about incrementally. If we don't really get on with it now, it's hard to see that the Border 25 vision will be realised. And that's a very big piece of work, because it's not just us, that's customs colleagues, etc. So it's a huge thing that we're trying to achieve there. It's also something that I was dealing with years ago at Gatwick, called the Single Window Project, which really says you'd have one big dashboard, you'd go in and all your trader checks, etc., will be easy to understand and in one place, from customs to SPS. And again, that's a really great thing to try and do, but an enormous piece of work. And again, I would say it'd be far better to do that incrementally rather than as a big bang. And then the other big change in the target operating model is around creating trusted traders. And that's really saying that if you have a trinity of trust between the consignor, so the person producing, the consignee, the person who's importing, or the owner of the goods, and the haulier, then you'll have a special kind of level of control, and therefore those goods don't need to be checked so much. And that would come into play for the large people such as Aldi or Tesco that bring in lots of goods across the channel, and they could then have some allowance to have just lots of things on one certificate and not subject to a huge amount of checks. You'd still have the random checks, obviously, to make sure we get food safety intelligence, but at very low levels. And that, I think, trusted trader and systems of eco-trust, that's been borrowed from the financial world. There are financial markets called similar things, and they work on similar kind of principles there. Whoops. So the progress of kind of just summing up there, that the BCPs are in place in the main, including the short straits. So the Eurotunnel has one, and colleagues at Dover have a BCP also constructed. It's confusing Dover, because Dover do have a BCP already, but that just deals with high-risk food not of animal origin. So all the meat products, there isn't any facility in the short straits to deal with those. And the border operating model is subject to review after previous delays. And as I said, that's calibrating that with the rest of the world goods in the target operating model. Border 25 and single window, that was already in existence prior to Mr. Mogg's kind of decisions to change that. That would have kind of incrementally happened anyway. And the EU model was very different to the rest of the world in the border operating model, which I think the press really missed. And they kind of tried to say, we're not going to apply the rest of the world regime to Europe. Well, that was never the intention. And I moved to Sevington to help kind of launch the BCP there. And I was kind of shocked when they said, oh no, we're only checking 1% of the goods for ID checks, which was, never would have happened at Gatwick. We've never allowed things to go through like that. So it's a huge kind of change already in the regime, and the staff are in place in Sevington and in Gatwick, and many Port Health authorities have got loads more staff that are trained and ready to get going on the goods, but they're hamstrung because that's not really allowed by government at the moment. So the other thing I would say in terms of the border operating model and the target operating model, there's always been a kind of a thought process around saying, well, is it best to do checks at the border, or would it be better to use the army of EHOs and TSOs to do food safety and food hygiene kind of work inland? I think there's probably a little bit of place for both, but I don't think that it's possible to move all the checks away from the border. It'd be very hard if you needed to recall those goods. And the other kind of point, I suppose, is that if you're an importer and you're selling your goods to us and the exporter hasn't complied, the exporter will have the right to kind of re-export their goods under the extant legislation. So if that's at the border, it's quite easy to turn those goods around. And if they're canned goods, for instance, and shelf stable, that's often done. They will re-export to another market. But if they're not, then there's a huge problem that arises. And how do you get those goods back, and how do you export them again? So that the pros and cons to be had there. And we need to be ensure, I think, that we're engaged in surveillance workers, inland food professionals, because otherwise, if we don't actually do the stuff, we won't really know there's a problem. And I think that will be used against us as a profession to say, well, we're not seeing any problems out there. But that's not really true. And if you look at the last analysts' results, there was huge failures in pesticides from European goods. So if it's one of those things, if you don't look, you won't find. But there are problems there. The other things people should be doing inland really is looking to see whether goods have a CHED or a catch certificate with them when you're doing an inspection, because that would be a really telling sign to see whether the regime was working. I mean, it certainly should, and it shouldn't be beyond the person, the food business operator, to produce those documents for you. And that's me. So I know that was a very quick rattle through there, but I hope you got something out of that. And I think the kind of takeaway message is that we really haven't got Brexit done. So no matter what you're told, Brexit is really not finished. And there's a lot of work to do with regards to Brexit. And the UK is much poorer in terms of that. And I think there's far more risk than is acknowledged from European goods coming in at the present time, not just because there's going to be sharp practice with people undercutting in terms of standards, but also in terms of there's a huge opportunity to smuggle because the goods aren't being checked. So yeah, it's a very strange position we're in with regards to Brexit.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. That's an amazing presentation covering just about every aspect of Port Health. Fantastic, and lots of very good detail of the work that you do, which EH know about, but you do need yourself refreshing from time to time. Also, you didn't really say too much, but it's been an enormously difficult time for Port Health since Brexit. And there's been lots of changes and an awful lot of challenges, and it's still ongoing. And, it's terrible that all these BCPs have been bought or paid for or constructed. Staff have been employed and trained. And, we're at the point now where you're having to let some of those staff go. It's very sad, but hopefully they'll be re-employed again soon. Because it's an expensive thing to bring staff in and, train them for the Port Health work.
Oh, 100%. It's like being the Grand Old Duke of York at the moment. And it's and now the pendulum is swinging back to justify from our side, which has been kind of very painful. And I'm saying, well, hang on a minute, don't ask us to justify what you asked us to do in the first place. But there's a bit of a game now about blaming who. And we've moved very quickly to kind of deal with our every Port Health authority be given an assigned number of staff, which we've moved very quickly because we're conscious of the public purse. And I think we've got, they dodged a bullet definitely with us in Ashford because we were always a little bit more cautious about going out and rushing out and doing things on the fly. So that I think they've dodged a bullet in terms of public costs. But it's staggering the fact that the facilities are there, the trade are desperate to use them, and they're not allowed to use them, which just seem amazing in the cost of living crisis we have. That we're putting business under that pressure, whereby we could open Sevington tomorrow. In all honesty, it's a very odd picture. And it has been designated. It's designated in principle, but not opened.
All right. Well, let's hope we get it open soon then, and that we get this stuff resolved, because we do need our imports and exports to get things going again, and it's a massive part of our economy. and very important to food safety as well. So a couple of questions have come in for you. So Stuart is asking, do you think the rest of the world country could make a legal challenge that the UK is not doing checks on EU goods?
Yes, I do. I think you could challenge on the World Trade Organization to say actually they're getting a special advantage. Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Stuart's asking, sorry, things are jumping around here. Ed's asking, we have a local business who's seeking to export. Sorry, we've just had a poll come in. If we could just answer that, please.
Ignore the poll.
Ignore the poll. Okay, right. Okay. So yes, Ed is asking, we have a local business who's seeking to export HRFNAO to EU countries. We do not offer the discretionary service of certifying exports to EU countries and are struggling to help them to find a provider, particularly as DEFRA are less than helpful. Can you please offer any words of wisdom that we can share with the business? MB, I suspect that we're not unique in this position.
If it's high-risk food not of animal origin, it must be non-EU kind of origin. So it would need to be certified prior to import, I would have thought. To my knowledge, I don't think we've got any high-risk food not of animal origin within the territory, and there shouldn't be any high-risk food not of animal origin produced here. But if there were, and I'm unaware of that, it would just be a case of getting a laboratory to give a certificate of analysis and then dealing with it that way, and then exporting through the traces regime.
Okay. Thank you, Anthony. Gareth is asking, how would you go about creating a trusted trader in a way that's a level playing field for all businesses?
Well, therein you captured the very burning question there. That's very similar questions we've been asking. And in fairness, we have been very involved. Gavin Steadman, Richard Jacobs and I have met with DEFRA and spoken about these things and saying how this could cause a huge problem for small, medium enterprise businesses, because the very large Lidls and Tesco's, that they'll profit from that. And that's something that the details need to work through. But it could be a bit of an unlevel playing field. Trusted trader will work very well. We've been saying very much along the primary authority, use that as a bedrock of your model to say, have a kind of relationship with a local authority, so you're trusted. You can really sign for those kind of people that are doing a good job there and bring them into the mix. But it's still up there. And a lot of it, I think, will be about data streams to say, how do you put all this data together so you know somebody is good in the customs world, they're good in the SPS world, and proving that they are, that they've got good integrity and they'll get better kind of treatment at the border. That's the plan. But I suspect it may be in the first throws that it's the larger players that will get most of the kind of the spoils from this new regime there. A bit like when we're all told off as TSOs and EHOs for being inconsistent. But I still haven't ever seen any evidence of that personally. There was lots of allegations, but I think lots of supermarkets I've been to have been rather inconsistent myself in the Tesco's world. But without the evidence, the reason I was saying about surveillance, I think we're very bad as professions at not having the evidence to challenge back. So we get stuck in that place of just having to shut up and put up. So that's what I think will happen. But yeah, there's been a very tricky way to get that trusted trader status in place there, unless you're a very wealthy, large business and you've got a vested interest.
Okay, thank you. I think that's another huge piece of work about to land on you. Neil, do you see a changing and different role for EHPs and TS at the border? Any changes on the requirement for OVSs on the horizon?
Well, I would like to see one, and I'll come straight off the fence. And I think we should be back dealing with post-mortem inspections completely. I don't think there's a real need to have OVs in that world. We'll have them as well, if that makes sense, but not only OVs. And I think province where environmental health officers of a certain more mature age, and I'll put myself in that category, of course, used to do meat inspection, that's really, we need to go back to that model because it's very problematic to have to employ lots of OVs, very expensive and completely unnecessary. So we have been arguing to say, why on earth don't we make people more competent again and put environmental health officers and meat inspection staff back to those facilities doing the jobs that we all did 20 odd years ago now, and that is a really sensible move. I think really we kind of dropped the ball, and we should have gone for equivalency at the time through CIH to say, look, actually we're fully trained in doing this in domestic environments, why on earth are we kowtowing to Europe? But that argument has gone now. And there's lots of problems with the veterinary profession because I think they're in control. And we have tried to talk to the Royal Colleges, but they don't really want to talk at the moment. But yeah, that would be a different role and a really sensible return. I suppose the only bit of that would happen that people probably wouldn't be so keen about. That would mean that we would have to do both parts of that and go back into the slaughterhouse type abattoir scenario. So we couldn't have it in one hand at the board and saying we are equivalent, but not step up to the plate and do it at the abattoirs again.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I think that's something that the older generation of us would probably, yeah, agree with that. I don't know what the youngsters would think about having to do all that abattoir training. But you know, you do learn a lot doing that, and it is part of what should be happening. But there we go. Okay, Anthony, I think that's come to the end of the questions that have come in. So thank you very much for answering them, and thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Thank you. So nice to put Port Health on the map a little bit. So thank you, everybody. Have a lovely rest of the day and a lovely Christmas. Too early to say Merry Christmas, is it? I can't imagine it is. 2nd
No,
December.
no, we're the other side, aren't we, of the 4 week, the Advent thing. So we can say Happy Christmas, apparently.
We can. So happy Christmas, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, everybody. So we come to the end of our 2-day conference, and we've had an awful lot of information, suggestions, new ways of working, various viewpoints on lots of things that are going on, and really pushing sort of what's ahead of us, really, which is what the conference is about, the year ahead. So I think we should all be very aware of what's going on and able to make some suggestions in our workplace. So I think the one thing I'm taking away is I'm going away to think about my elevator pitch. I was trying to write down a quick elevator pitch for Port Health, but it got quite long, so probably not quite short enough for them. So thank you for your attendance and this event, and once again to our sponsors, Civica and Credit Services Association, and also to all our speakers across the 2 days for the 2022 Year Ahead Conference. We will welcome feedback via the survey. A link will be sent round to you. Once you have completed the survey, you will then receive your CPD certificates. So it's exactly 3 o'clock, and I'd like to say Happy Christmas. Have a lovely weekend, and I look forward to seeing many of you again soon. Thank you very much.